evening, ladies. On behalf of Konnect Insights, I would like to extend a very, very hearty, warm welcome to each and every one present over here. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dhwani Karya and gives me immense pleasure to be standing in the capacity of your host this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, we at Konnect Insights welcome you to the first ever edition of We Connect Insights Excellence Awards and Summit 2022, which calls for an applause. I'm really, really glad to see the brands as well as the agencies under this one beautiful roof. Ladies and gentlemen, today is all about celebrating excellence. Excellence in customer experience, excellence in marketing insights, and excellence also when we see our customers giving their customers the best and delightful experience, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of things happening today. We'll be starting with the different kind of keynote addresses, speakers, because in this room we have the visionaries, the game changers, the path breakers whose careers will soon be treated as case studies in the near future. So they'll be coming in, sharing their insights, their knowledge and learnings from us. Today, we will honor the brands and agencies catering to industries like automobiles, QSR, automation, aviation, banking and financial services, real estate, hospitality, gaming, F&B, and many, many more industries like this. We will also see what the industry's best practices and how we at Konnect Insights can empower you with a platform that unifies customer experience. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's applause for all of us together. Once again, I would also like to take this opportunity to give a big shout out and thank our partners without whom this mammoth event would have not been possible. We would like to thank Concentrix, Chorus and Yellow.ai. You can also check out Chorus and Yellow.ai at their booths right outside. And ladies and gentlemen, it's finally time to kick off the proceedings, and to do so and set the perfect tone for today's proceedings, I would like to invite our first keynote speaker. He is the founder and CEO at Konnect Insights. He's also the Chief Product Architect, and he is leading the team since its inception. He's extremely passionate about creating and delivering exceptional customer experience. That has been his vision behind developing Konnect Insights. Along with the product, being a techie at heart, he also dons multiple hats including sales and marketing, and continues to be the driving force for the entire team. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together, and it gives me immense pleasure to invite the founder and CEO at Konnect Insights, Mr. Sameer Narkar.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for coming today. It's such a pleasure to see most of our customers today under one roof. We've been planning for this day for last 2 years. COVID didn't allow us to do that, but we wanted to set a stage where all the customers who are acing their customer experience, making their customers happier, drawing marketing insights, we wanted to honor them. So we thought of having a session where it would be more interactive, where you also share experiences of how you are working with your customers. So in today's world, we believe that care is the new marketing. The more you engage with your customers, the more you learn from them, the more you make them happier, they are going to become your brand advocates. And that is the thought process with which Konnect Insights has been built. A product which is easy to use, to engage with the customers, learn from them, from all possible channels. People today talk on various social media channels, various messaging channels, or online web. They reach out to you across various channels. We have built a product that allows you to unify the entire customer care and marketing. So that's the thought process behind Konnect Insights. We want to thank everyone for coming here today. But before we get started and talk about how we have built this product, what it is today from where it was, and what we are going to bring in the future, I just wanted to give you a bit of an idea of how it started. Back then, when I did not even had my Twitter handle, okay? And I read a white paper by Alterian SM2. Quite a few guys would know this product, and it spoke about sentiment analysis. And I was very happy, you know. So I thought let's explore this. So I wrote a few lines of code using Twitter APIs and pushed that data to SQL Server, wrote some algorithms, and that was the idea. We said that, you know, this is something that looks great. This was back in 2013, 14, and we started working on this product. We reached out to a lot of agencies back then because just sitting in office and coding will not give you the right product. You need to reach out to your potential customers, learn from them, understand what they want, and then build a product on top of that. So being in Mumbai, it helped. We met a lot of agencies who are here today, who are our customers as well, and they gave us good feedback. For first 2 years, we did struggle to get our first few customers. It was very tough. The product is never ready. It was not even half-baked. And then, you know, after a couple of years of hardships, we did get some customers, and some of them are here today. I have the privilege of introducing you to Mr. Nishit Kanda. Thank you, Nishit. He was the very first customer who gave us money. So that's him. And then we have quite a few guys, like Amin is here. He was in Zapak, then was an expert on our product, really gave us good feedback. There is Atik here, there is Ferdinand here. You know, all you guys, you know, thank you so much. So, so I'll start, you know, with what we are today. You know, that was, of course, the idea. That's how it started. But in terms of, okay, in terms of what Konnect Insights is today, it's an omni-channel unified customer experience management platform. This is what we offer you as an entire package, so that you don't have to work in silos and multiple teams are not in sync. So with Konnect Insights, you get a product which starts with social listening, where you get data from all possible channels. We make sure that you do not miss out data anywhere on the web, anywhere on the social media that is legally, publicly possible and possible after authenticating your channels. So we get data from Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, blogs, forums, news, consumer forum, review sites. It's a product that is built on big data, on a horizontally scaled distributed architecture. So data is the first thing. That is where it starts. And that's why social listening is the key component of what we have built. Once you have the data, what really matters is what you do with that data. So there are two ways of looking at it. With that data, you can have marketing insights in terms of knowing what is the data, who is talking, from where they are talking, etc. And the other one is to engage with the customers who are talking about you. It's not only about, you know, responding to the queries that are negative. You know, online reputation or community engagement is way beyond that. You have to engage with the customers, respond to their queries, make them happier, and then again have one view of that customer. You know, because in today's world, people come from all possible channels, right? And you need to know that the person coming from Twitter or Facebook, coming from a call center or chatbots is the same person with whom you are interacting. So we focus a lot on giving you that single source of truth and one view of the customer. So online reputation management talks about how do you engage with the customers, make them happier. Konnect Insights is a very strong CRM platform as well, because the data that comes in because of people who are talking, you get a very strong CRM, not just a tickets view of the conversation, but you also get a contacts view of the conversation. And this feature of the product has been recently launched. Some of your customers are using it, and you will start using it more. So we, in addition to the tickets view, give you a contacts view. So we'll talk about that as well. It's a very strong social analytics platform. There are some customers who use our product especially for social analytics, and in that, you know, I can mention Z Television. They want to do content analysis of, you know, what they are doing on social media, as well as what their competition is doing. So one insights is about what people are talking about you, so that's what you get in social listening. And the other insights is to know what you are talking on social media and what is the impact of it. So that is social analytics, and you get insights such as impressions, reach, what are the post-level analysis. You also get to know what videos worked for you, whether the videos with, say, 30 seconds to 1 minute are giving you more views and engagement, or videos with, you know, maybe 3 minutes or 6 minutes. So this kind of deep dive you can do. We also have a product called as Konnect Insights Smart Suggestions, which you get along with social analytics, that that tells you the analytics in the way we humans talk. If someone comes to a room and presents you a lot of dashboards and reports, and if he's a geek, he'll understand it. But normal people like me will say, at the end of the day, okay, so what? What was that? So KISS or Konnect Insights Smart Suggestion really helps you to understand what that data is. It talks in a very human-centric way, and it's built on top of AI. As a complete package, we also offer social publishing, where you can schedule posts on social media channels. You can have approval mechanisms. You can have brand and agency collaboration. So as part of social media management, you get social publishing. We have surveys and feedbacks. Now, this is one bit that is very, very much underused by our product, by our customers, but again, a very strong model, standalone model in itself, where you can send out surveys to a lot of people. Of course, those who use CSATs make use of surveys, but there are many use cases. You can have conditional surveys built in. There is one brand, Delhi Airport. Unfortunately, they are not today here, but they make use of surveys. They have put out QR codes at airport. So if you go to Delhi Airport and if you scan a QR code, it opens up a survey which you fill, and then that goes as a ticket in Konnect Insights, and from there they solve the queries. You have BI tools and dashboards from where you can create your own custom dashboards, custom reports. Many brands who migrated to our product were actually using previous products where data was coming fine, but then they couldn't make a lot of insights out of it, and they had to take that data, put it into Excel sheets, or put that into tools like Tableau or Power BI. We have taken that need. You can simply use Konnect Insights as a very powerful dashboards and business intelligence tools where you can customize a lot of charts. We have very good classification feature built in where you can create n level of classifications, apply rules on it, and it will auto-classify. But then if you create a detailed level classification, you cannot create reports out of it because it's very dynamic in nature. So BI tools allow you to do that. You can define the columns, you can define the filters, and it will create reports for you. So there are very advanced reports created by so many brands who make use of our dashboards and BI tools. We also have something called as integrations. We'll talk about that as well. So third-party data can also be taken into Konnect Insights, and then you can use the dashboards and BI tools. So a very vast module in itself, dashboards and BI tools. And then, of course, we have crisis management. As a brand, of course, this is going to happen at some point in time. People are going to talk about you, something might go viral, and then you have to manage the crisis. So in terms of management of crisis, there are two ways of looking at it. One, if the crisis has happened, it should give you the right alerts at the right time on maybe mobile device. We have a mobile app where the alerts come. You can have email alerts, and ensure that whatever conversations that are happening because of the crisis, you get those. And the second one is more proactive, where it can figure out that if the crisis is going to happen, can I be alerted so that before time we can avoid that. So this is what you get as a complete package along with Konnect Insights, and we ensure that you never miss any data. So data comes from all possible channels. A lot of them are very obvious, like your Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, in which these channels, right, you will see that some of the data is completely public, some of the data which is public, which can come based on keywords. And rest you can add your own channels and authenticate them, and from there you will also get the private data like your DMs and your private inbox messages. So when it comes to social media, you have to look at data in three ways. One is completely public, one is semi-private, and third one is private. And the private data and semi-private data you will get once you authenticate those channels. So we ensure that you don't miss out anything. And there are a lot of changes that keep happening in this social media world. So we have to be fast in terms of implementing them. We have the best of the teams that work towards it. And if our data is available via the APIs or webhooks or streaming or whatever, we will make sure that you'll get in Konnect Insights. Then just getting the social media data is not enough. You have to get data from the public channels also. So there are so many news channels, blogs, forums, consumer forum, review site. We have very powerful search engines that bring this data. So the way we get data is two ways. One is by having our own search engines where there are millions of crawlers who pull data from the web and we get that data. And the other one is by being partners of the data providers. So we are enterprise partners of many data providers. Twitter is there. Other than that, for the public web data, there are data partners. So we ensure that any keyword that you put, and if the data is possible to get, we will get it. Whether it is from sites like Quora, Reddit, or Trustpilot, you will get all that data. We'll just ensure that the data is not missed out. Plus, there are APIs also, third-party APIs. So if you have some private channel that you have as a company from where data comes in, we bring that too. So there are some private forums that some brands have, and they say that because Konnect Insights is a central ticketing platform, I want that data also to come in Konnect Insights. So via APIs, we make that available. In the international market, TikTok is big, so we have everything for TikTok. Data available via public keywords, data available by adding the channel, data available to push the data, to respond to. Well, any time when TikTok is available in India, you'll also have TikTok as part of our product. Trustpilot, of course, I covered. Email is one of the biggest channels. A lot of users use some other products for emails and for social media, our product, but if you just look at email as a channel, Konnect Insights is pretty big, and there are many customers like Delhi Airport is one of them who has only one solution, as only one central product to manage their emails, to manage their social media tickets, to manage the call centers, to manage the chatbots. Everything comes in Konnect Insights. That is what I'll talk about. So other than the data that we bring by keywords, by adding social media channels, we also have to understand that there are other SaaS products in where the data comes in. Like, I call this as SaaS 2.0, where multiple SaaS products can talk to each other. We have a very strong marketplace where over 3,000 app integrations are possible. So if you have to take data from any third-party SaaS product into Konnect Insights as a ticket, you can do that. We have APIs and the connectors are built in. Or if you want to push data from Konnect Insights to any other CRM, you can do it. So we don't push anybody to say that, just use our CRM. We don't let them migrate. So if you're using Salesforce and Microsoft Dynamics and Freshdesk and Zendesk, you can integrate that with Konnect Insights. So if you want social, you can have Konnect Insights, but if you want emails and all other channels, you either can use our product, or if you're already using someone, do not change it, rather merge it. So with the integrations of Salesforce and Freshworks, what we have is status level mapping, object level mapping, where tickets can be pushed and can be replied from there. At the same time, all status syncs can be done, okay? When we talk of integration, it is, of course, pushing tickets to Konnect, pushing data out of Konnect Insights, but there is a lot more in-app integrations that you can build. Like, for instance, if anybody wants to download data, Excel is not the only limitation. You can download data in your Google Drive, Google Sheets, or you can download data in Dropbox. So you decide what connections you want to build. There is one more connector that I particularly love. I don't know if everyone has that in the marketplace. You can have a hashtag suggester that, while you're composing a post, you can install the hashtag suggester, and then it will suggest you what kind of hashtags to be provided. You can have Trustpilot as one of the app integrations. Perfect example of integrations is to have CRM integration as well as marketing automation. If you have gone ahead and integrated any apps that do marketing automation, that's the best use case, because in Konnect Insights, you have all the information available of who is talking, about what particular category. And then if you want to push marketing automations only to those specific people, you can. Because see, in today's world, if you have to do marketing automation, you actually disappoint 10,000 people to get 100 leads. Instead, if you do a very targeted marketing automation, because the data lies in Konnect Insights, that's a perfect way of doing it, right? And the idea of getting Konnect Insights as a central product is not only to push tickets here, but you can also have the analytics engine. So all the data that comes in Konnect Insights, all the dashboards that we have for social media is also available for the third-party data sources that you bring in. Let's say if Trustpilot is added today, then you can also have our dashboards and BI tools available for that platform, which will tell you which users talk the most, or what is the sentiment, or if you want to do classification-wise sentiment analysis, detailed dashboards you want to create. You can create for any source, irrespective whether that source is provided inherently by Konnect Insights or you have added it by adding any third-party data sources. Yeah, and to sum it up, this is what we say. As a customer-centric brand, you have to implement the 4 pillars of unified customer experience. You need to ensure that people who are talking about you from all possible channels that are covered first, right? And as a customer, what all possible channels do I have to reach out to a brand? I choose that. First, of course, social media and all social media channels that we spoke about. And then I can also go ahead and comment or write you a personal email, or I can go to an online web and talk about you, or I can also have those offline touch points from where I can reach out to you. The other 2 mediums, very important ones, are also your calling and your chats. So in terms of calling, there are cloud telephony apps. We have My Operator today here for one of the sessions. Then there are cloud telephony apps like Nolarity, or you have AirCall, OzoneTel, Exotel, right? Those are the cloud telephony apps which are for call centers. And those tickets also can come in Konnect Insights, where you can initiate the calls from here, or if the calls are happening there, the call logs can come in, okay? So let's take an example of a brand where they want to completely unify all the customers who are talking about them. Social media, emails, online web is definitely covered. If you go ahead and do integrations of cloud telephony, then you also have call logs coming in here, yeah? So it's a very important channel as part of unified customer experience, that you ensure that you get one view of the customer even from the customers who are coming from call centers. And we have quite a few customers where we have done this implementation. The other one is chatbots or chats, right? And we have Yellow here today. If you're using Yellow as a chatbot, right, then you can integrate that with Konnect Insights as well. I'll tell you the use case. So let's say a user is talking to you on a chat, and a chatbot is taking care of that, and you want that chat to come to a manual agent, right? And the manual agent should see all the conversations that have happened before that, okay? So you will get all that history in Konnect Insights, and then you will do a manual chat and close the ticket over here, okay? This is one use case. There are certain brands who don't want to change the way they are handling the manual tickets, but still want the chats to come in Konnect Insights, because then you can use the power of dashboards and BI tools. So if I give an example of a brand who does it, they manage their chats from the current chatbot tool they have, but they get the tickets over here, because all the detailed classification reports that come and work for social media also works for your chatbots, yeah? So these are the 2 important pillars from where data will come. And of course, once the data is there in the platform, you need a very strong CRM, and you need a very strong analytics platform to learn from the customers what they are saying. So that's the 3rd important pillar. Once you have the data, you have a very strong CRM, and you have very strong analytics. So we say listen, then evaluate. And the 3rd part is act, where based on this data, now you want to take some actions, like send push notifications, or send WhatsApp messages, or send emails. So that's part of your marketing automation. So we are very true to our tagline of Konnect Insights: listen, evaluate, and act. And for the act part, you have to today connect with some marketing automation tools to push the data. But that's something that we are building on our own as well, where you will have the marketing automations built inside Konnect Insights. So where you can do push on WhatsApp, push on email, or push on SMS, and if possible on your mobile apps if you want to do push notifications. So that's something that is coming up maybe in next 2 quarters. But as of now, if you are using any other product for marketing automations, please connect that with Konnect Insights, and you will have the 4th pillar as well. And so this is our key focus today. Of everything that we have built, our key focus is on ROI. So if you have invested an X amount in Konnect Insights, we want to give you 10X, I'll talk about some use cases of ROIs, of how customers who opted for our dashboards or for automations are now saving lots of money, because their resources, intelligent people who are working on creating reports or creating manual replies are now using dashboards and automation. So you save a lot of money over there, because the system takes care of at least your L1 support. Our key focus is also to make use of automation as part of ROI. Automation is very important. In fact, I was the advocate of not using automation on social media 3-4 years back. I was, whenever we used to communicate with customers, I would say that automation is for your web user. Automation is not really for social media because it can create problems for you. But today, with the way AI and machine learning is improving, we of course have very strong automation. In fact, we have a session here today on automation of how you can make the most out of it. Our focus is to give you one view of the customer. The way brands look at it is they say that I have one customer, I am one brand, but because there are so many channels, I don't get that one view of the customer. See, if there was only one channel available for the customer to talk, let's say if there was email only, reach out to us only via email, then there was no need for companies like us. But because there are so many channels, your social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, email, calls, cloud telephony, all that, you need one tool that will unify that entire thing for you. And that's the responsibility we have taken. So if you engage with the customer on one particular channel, ask them some details like your email or maybe some unique identification number that you have, that's good enough. Once that is done, you will see that same person. Let's say if Samir Narkar is interacting with Chroma, for instance, then you will know that this is the guy who spoke on email, this is the guy who called us once, this is the guy who chats with us, sometimes he comes on Twitter, sometimes he comments on our Facebook post and comments to us. So this is something that we have built nicely, and you will surely get that one view of the customer. And the fourth one is, of course, to offer you the great insights. So the way we look at data is one use of that data is to engage with the customers and do your customer care. And the other way of looking at data is drawing insights out of it. Like people who are talking about you, from where they are talking, what is the sentiment, what different product aspects that they talk about. So this is what our focus is. We are trusted by global brands. These are some of our customers who come from various categories, right? And many of you are here today. They come from banking, financial services, aviation, automobiles, QSR, fintech, edtech. We are big in India. We are also done quite a good business in the international market. We have a lot of telecom brands from Middle East, likes of STC, Ooredoo, Sudatel, Ethio Telecom. We have quite a few customers in the US from healthcare industry. Today only we closed a deal with Vodafone Ghana. And talking about the customers in India, we of course have a lot of digital marketing agencies. We are very fortunate to work with the best of the people in the digital marketing world. They know this industry very well. They talk to a lot of customers, in addition to them using our product and serving a lot of their customers. We are so very well connected that on daily basis we get some feedback out of it. We have quite a few management tools to manage all the feedback, and it's a constantly evolving product. The kind of feedback that we get from all our customers has been implemented. So of all the customers that we have, we actually categorize them into two kinds of users. One who use our solution for marketing insights, and I have concentrics after this coming here and talking about how to make the most out of the marketing insights. And the second one is, of course, unifying the customer care. I've already spoken a lot about that, but I'll talk about it from more use cases. And in terms of marketing insights, we of course have all these dashboards that you can create. This has been created by some of the best customers, where you get to know who is talking, what they are talking, from where they are talking, what is the sentiment, what different product categories they talk. What are the purchase intents. So you get to know all from these dashboards. They are very customizable, very fluid. You can put your own brand themes under it, put a lot of photos. In addition to the dashboards reports that we provide, you can have your own custom charts to customize them. Plus, you can bring in data from third-party data sources also. So if a lot of you who are using dashboards, if you click on Add Charts, there is one tab where you can say that bring data from third-party sources. So you can do that via APIs and create this kind of dashboards. And talking of customer care, I'll just explain this with a few use cases. Let's take example of Zomato, where Zomato has about 60 agents who are managing it. And before they signed up for Konnect Insights, they were managing all the insights in Excel sheets and PowerPoint. A lot of PowerPoint Excel sheets were created. They have a pretty big team which manages this data. That has completely changed now, and they are at least saving 9 resources who are working on creating reports and dashboards. That is completely automated. And some of the brilliant minds work at Zomato. We love this brand, and what we have also learned from them that their productivity has completely increased because of using Konnect Insights. The future for Zomato is, first, we have, as of now, implemented a Slack integration with them. So they use Slack heavily within their organization to communicate with their peers. And with Slack integration, what happens is any workflows that you manage where you need to assign tasks to different team members, which you can do within Konnect Insights, but they wanted it in Slack. So you can push data to Slack. So if you have products like Microsoft Teams or Slack-like solutions, you have the integrations readily available. It is just one button click, put the credentials, and that integration is done. You can have data flowing from Konnect Insights to various channels of Slack. So this is what Zomato has done. Of course, the next thing that they are going to do is they are going to bring that chatbot integration also into Konnect Insights. They will continue to use chatbots the way they are using right now, and the chat and the agents will respond from that product itself. But they'll get all the data in Konnect Insights so that they can have insights available over here. So the thing that I spoke so many times about, classifications, insights, they want to find out from which region do you get most delivery-specific issues, okay, and what is the demographics around it. Let's say this is the question that management poses. So you can very easily give from social media, we can very easily give from emails, but again for chat, you will again use some other system, and those insights will be available in some other system. Instead of that, get that data in Konnect Insights, and you'll have one unified view from across the channels. And the same thing with call center. They'll also get the call log. So this is something that is work in progress with Zomato. The second use case is, of course, about Delhi Airport. This is one of the best brands that we have who really uses the 4 pillars. They bring in data from all possible channels into Konnect Insights. They have emails integrated. I already spoke about the QR code that they have added. They also make use of our dashboards reports. And with Delhi Airport, this was one of the aha moment for us, where our command centers were visited by Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, who is our India's aviation minister. So they've also implemented command centers. Command centers are where you see live feed of things are happening. Maybe they must be in use right now because there's a lot of conversations happening around Delhi Airport. We also have Chroma, and we have the privilege of having Deepali here today. She's the one who leads Chroma. They have SLAs of 15 minutes. So in Konnect Insights, you can set up SLAs and ensure that every conversation that comes in, the first response goes within 15 minutes. And then you can set SLAs that the closure should happen in 30 minutes. And that can happen on the basis of severities as well. So you can say that the ones which are extremely critical should be responded within 10 minutes. You have to ensure that the data comes in into the product in seconds, and then it is assigned to the right team members with the workflow management, and they are able to send out those responses, first level responses within say 10 minutes, and eventually close it. They deal with large volumes, the volumes on Google My Business. The name has changed now. It's Google Business Profile. I was corrected by the guy from Google who is coming here today for the session, who will be talking on GBM, Google Business Messages, not GMB messages. No, so we call GMB messages, but it's actually Google Business Messages. And Google Business Messages, again, is a very big channel. You should all explore. It's, again, underused, something that is recently launched, where you can communicate with users when they search for you. Okay, let's say Google is the search engine everybody uses, and they search for, let's say, an automobile brand. The intent at that time is very high. And if you can directly have a conversation with the dealer right there itself, then you can bring that person to the showroom, and maybe a sell can happen. So it's a very high intent platform, and we have all the integrations built for Google Business Messages. And you can manually also respond to it. You can also set high levels of automation in terms of Google Business Profiles for location reviews, and also for Google Business Messages. Yeah. So that's about it. I'll just give a quick overview of, how can you have one view of the customer. The customer comes from all possible channels today, and all you have to ensure is that you get one view of that customer, because there's no point saying that, can you please help us with your contact details. This is 2022. We should move on from here and make use of all the features that are available in Konnect Insights to offer one view of the customer. The single source of truth. And this is my last slide, so I'll talk about our vision. We want to ensure that every single brand uses the 4 pillars of unified customer experience. The tool set is there. We have the tools built. It's just a matter of the brands shifting their mindset, because a lot of customers do speak about this, that we want unified view of the customer and we want one view of the customer, but they believe that the tools that they are using today cannot be changed. But that's not the case. We have done that with many of you already, and we want to make use of all the features that we have. So thank you so much. These are our values. We truly believe in this. Empathy, customer success, excellence, gratitude. These are good for business, but these are usually good for personal life as well. So as long as you're empathetic, you believe in success of others, you show excellence in everything that you do, and you're thankful for everything, the rest will follow. So thank you. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm around. Please let me know.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samir, for sharing those words of wisdom that will stay with us for a very long time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for a very, very interesting session. So I'm going to come off stage and interact one-on-one with you. All right, so what's going to happen is I have a few questions that are related to the presentation as well, and some fun questions as well. And now I invite my partner Errol with me. Errol, do we have, hi. Hi. So everyone, this is Errol D'Souza. Let's have a huge round of applause for him because he's going to be here and also be one of the keynote speaker. All right. So Errol, are we ready to ask them questions just to know that they have properly attended the session? Yes?
Yes, definitely. I'm very excited for this as well.
All right. So should we ask them the first question?
All right. So which white paper did Samir read or which gave him the idea?
Yes. Whoever knows the answer can raise their hand. We have a gentleman right there.
Yeah? All right, that's right.
All right. So let's have a huge round of applause for Sir. And we have this wonderful Neha. Eric, you want to come and give prize to Sir? Please select. What's your good name, please?
I'm Swapnil Shinde from Lodha Group.
Hi, very, very warm welcome. Would you like to select any of the gift? Thank you. And now that you've answered it correctly, could you tell us something that you have taken back from the presentation?
Yeah, so I know Samir from 2014-15, and it's a really good tool, and this is like a synopsis of last 7 years. I know Konnect. It's a good presentation, Samir. Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right, moving forward, let's move with our next question. Errol, what is the next question?
So the next question is, Samir spoke about the key focus. Do you remember all of them? So anyone from the crowd who can highlight them as well?
Come on, really? It's tech stuff. Okay, let's move on to the next question. I'll take the prize of that.
All right, I think this is a question which most of y'all should know, I'm guessing that. So how is NPS calculated? Anyone with the information of that? Oh yeah, I think there's someone there.
We have all the action on that side. All right. Ma'am over there, who is taking advice from the person next to you. Yes?
Positive plus negative minus neutral.
Very close,
Oh
yes?
yeah, very close actually.
Yeah, we have a gentleman right there who wants to answer.
Okay.
Yes.
You take promoters and you subtract detractors from that, and that's your NPS score.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's also one of the NPS calculations. So yes, we can.
Yes. Would you like to select a gift for yourself, sir? What's your good name, sir?
Kamlesh Pant
And you're from?
from MIT WPU.
Very warm welcome to you. And before we proceed to the next question, I want to ask ma'am, what were you asking to him?
To answer the correct answer.
Actually, you were prompting him to answer it. Okay, no problem. We'll be looking out for you for the next question. You didn't help. Very bad, really. All right, moving forward. What is the next question, Errol? All right, moving forward. One question to test your marketing skills, and now we want answers from other places as well. What is the peso media model? Am I right? Peso media model? Yes, we have the gentleman right there. All right, I'm coming to you. Firstly, you're wearing a very nice pink shirt. All right, so could you tell us what is the answer?
Pestle, like political, environmental, then social, PEST. Pestle model you're asking, right?
Peso model.
Oh, no idea. I heard this.
Okay, peso. It's peso model. Do you know what is the peso media model? Yes, anybody? Oh, come on. Yes, all right. Moving forward to some fun questions, okay? Because now we're moving to sports because we have people from all the spheres. Okay, so moving forward to some interesting sports question, which is, in which years has France won the World Cups and who were the finalists?
Right, so we have one.
Oh my
there are many.
God! For tech questions, there are hardly one hand. For sports questions, there are like so many. Okay, great. Errol, you decide whom should we go with?
I kind of saw that one first, so I think, yeah.
Okay, Errol, let's go with him. All right, so tell us which years France has won the World Cups?
18.
Yes?
2018.
2018, yes, correct. And one more year. And in 2018, when they won, who were the winners? Like, who were beating and competing with each other?
Yeah, like who were the finalists?
Croatia.
And, come on. And. All right, nonetheless, we'll give you a prize. So, should I give you this? Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Let's move to the next question.
Okay, so the next one's about cricket. Something that is common between these three players: Charles Bannerman, Geoffrey Boycott, and Chris Gale.
Yes? We have a gentleman right there. Now you have prompted him to give the answer and help you? Okay.
All of them are from West Indies and opener.
All of them are West Indies and openers. Okay. Is that the correct answer? Because we received another correct answer.
Yeah, anyone
Yes?
Dash triple hundreds.
Yes. That's the correct answer. So the correct answer is they are the first to score a century in each format. That is Test, One Day, and T20. Yes. Congratulations. So what's your name?
I'm Abhishek Paliwal from Narayana Health.
And how did you know the answer? Are you a cricket buff?
Yeah, I think all of us are.
And what about, did you follow the World Cup of the football as well? The FIFA World Cup?
Yeah, I'm following that, yeah.
Following that. And how is that going for you? Are you happy? Are you disappointed? Because a lot of underdogs are coming, and winning the games this time, is it?
Yeah, I think I'm rooting for Argentina this time.
Wow.
Oh, Messi fans.
Wow.
Considering it would be his last World Cup, that's what he said. So, yeah.
Last World Cup. Oh, wow. Great. Thank you. All right. So let's move to the final question of this segment. We have many more, come forward. All right. The last question is, in social analytics, name all the social channels that are covered. It's very easy. It's very simple. Yes, we have the gentleman right there. And ma'am there, so I'll take from there. Okay. In social analytics, name all the social channels that are covered.
Okay, starting from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and if you are considering TikTok, which is not in India, that is there. YouTube is there. LinkedIn is there, and I guess Snapchat. I'm sorry. Related to Google. That's not social channel.
Actually, maybe all the social analytics channels that
That's not
Konnect
social
Insights covers.
analytics. That is analytics, not social. Google is not social. Google My Businesses. None of them are.
Yes, they are. They are digital. They're digital.
think we are, definitely.
Definitely. All right. Okay. This is, you could select for yourself because I don't know. Do you think I have any clue? Okay. I would give this to you. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. She's telling me data वाले लोग तो question करेंगे, of course करेंगे. We are waiting for it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's have a huge round of applause for everyone. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you so much.
Eric could take your seat, and we are moving forward to another interesting session. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have another speaker who will be coming on stage. All right, so our last question, ladies and gentlemen, was related to analytics. And on that note, it's time to invite our next speaker. And the session is titled Data Driving the Decisioning Process. And to present that, I would like to welcome another speaker. He is an analytics professional with over 22 years of diverse experience in driving innovation around speech analytics, social media analytics, collections and retentions analytics, and cognitive sciences. He has worked in cutting-edge analytics technologies in companies like GE, Aegon, and IBM. So please put your hands together for Director of Global Analytics at Concentrix, Mr. Shekhar Archanath. Very, very warm welcome to you.
Audible? Good evening. My name is Shekhar. I'm part of Concentrix. I've been with the org since last around 10 years, overall experience of around 22. Have been primarily in analytics in last 10 years. Prior to that, has been on the business side of it, mainly in the BFSI sector, wherein worked on different sectors and with different functions like sales and collections and retention and so on and so forth, right? So came into analytics because I was always driven by data, and I always felt that data can generate a lot of value across the organization. So the topic what kind of I selected was that data drives the decisioning process. When you look at data, right, it is a process of using data, it's a process of using numbers and facts to make decisions. But before making a decision, there is a need for validating that, and that is when the execution happens. Data nowadays is extremely complex due to the volume which it carries, the variety what it brings, because so for example, an unstructured data, and the veracity what it brings in, and the velocity, the speed at which the data is getting generated is so high, it becomes extremely difficult to process the data and make a decision out of that. In business, data is used for decision making in many forms, be it surveys, be it user testing, launching a new product or service. There are shifts in demographic. So whole lot of data is getting created, and it is important to analyze that to make faster decisions. How exactly data can be incorporated into a decision-making process will depend on number of factors, such as the business goals. Every organization have got different business goals, and based on those goals, data need to be manipulated, tweaked, and then processed. The quality of the data every organization is having, that also makes a huge difference in the way it needs to be treated. The collection and analysis of a data have long played an important role in the entire organizations and corporations. But as humanity generates more than 2.5 quintillion data bytes every day, it has never been easier for businesses of all sizes to collect, analyze, and act. Though data-driven decision-making has been there for quite some time, but in one form or another, that is continuously evolving. So from that standpoint, it is always modern in nature. I'll take you through some of the examples, wherein we as Constantix have used data to drive decisions which helps our customers. This is a banking case study wherein we were working with the collections functions of it. Collections in any bank is a line function. I've been on the other side where I have managed collections for banks and retention for the insurance industry. So I understand the pain point from the business side when dropouts of customer happens and business is not able to articulate exactly the reasons behind it. Traditionally, customer experience has never been given importance in a collections business. If there is a delinquent customer, the process at which the collection happens, experience is generally not given that kind of an importance. But in reality, banks have started moving, having that shift. They realize that it is important to improve collections, but not at the cost of customer experience, primarily because of the fact that customer retention in long term is at stake. In collections, if you look at it, right, intent and emotion of a customer plays a big role. And when it comes to intent, there are two parts to it. One is a customer intent to pay, and there is an advisor or an agent who's actually speaking to a customer. So their intent to collect also makes a huge difference. Similarly, in emotion, during the start of a conversation, a customer would have come out with a very negative emotion. Because of the fact that he is in a delinquent bucket, he's part of collections, the emotion is generally negative to start with. But is there a way that an advisor can transform the conversation from a negative to into a positive conversation? And this case study is all about using intent and emotion and merging the unstructured data with structured data. And finally, the objective is to improve collections. The bank wanted to understand consumer behavior, reasons for delinquency, and how using these insights collections can be improved, but without having any compromising approach towards compliance and control, primarily because of the fact that any defect as far as customer experience and compliance will have a very pragmatic impact on customer retention. So we used structured data for risk segmentation. The people who are from the analytics side of it understand that in the banking side of it, risk segmentation is a very critical parameter to identify who is at risk. So, and in that sector, generally structured data is what is used. Structured data is nothing but your transactional information, the demography of the information. Looking at that, there are various propensity models are built and so on and so forth. But that is not the end of it, right? Structured data gives you so much. What made the difference in this particular case study is that we deployed speech analytics for this particular bank and collected a lot of unstructured insights from it, especially on the intent of a customer and the emotion of a customer. And we merged that with the structured data. That we have done by creating some super variables, and there are a lot of hypotheses which has been done, test and control, so on and so forth, and merged that with the structured data. This hybrid model which got created was extremely powerful because of the fact that the actual experience of a customer, the actual intent of a customer is taken into consideration when there is a conversation which is happening. Normally, that is not the case when there is any kind of conversation is there. Because of that, the entire quality process got improved. The quality automation was deployed. The end objective of the collection was also improved by almost like 3%. Because of the fact that we were looking at the intent of the person who's speaking to the end consumer, we were able to have some personalized coaching to them, so on and so forth, right? So then this particular slide is actually a framework which we deployed, wherein thick data, which is effectively the emotion of a customer, the intent of a customer, etc., on the left side of it, and on the right side of it is the typical structured data from the CRM, the transactional data, all of that comes together to make an impact on the KPIs the banks were looking at. Moving forward, this is a particular typical case study wherein a lot of us users, the social networking sites like TikTok and Thriller and so on and so forth, right? A lot of them are there. This particular client, also had a social networking platform. They were kind of late into this game, primarily, because of that. There are a whole lot of videos used to get uploaded into their platform where some other logo was already available. So which is not really great for that particular brand, which means that they need to kind of moderate the content before all of this data or the videos are getting uploaded into it, which means that, and they can, it is next to impossible to moderate it manually. Every video cannot be, can't be looked at, and we can't do a moderation, on a manual basis. That is where the entire AI and machine learning comes into the picture. By using computer vision and CNN, we developed a processing engine which was identifying the videos wherein the other logos were present. And that processing engine was able to automatically take out all of those videos out and upload only those videos wherein those other logos are not available. Only the respective client logos were there. Those are the ones which used to get uploaded. This actually improved the entire brand value of the organization. From that is a use case using computer vision. So if you look at it in this case study as well, the volume of data is extremely high. If I just go back to my first statement in terms of volume of data, in this case study, the volume was high. It was, the variety was extremely high. And there is a processing engine which is required to manage that data. And that processing is what helps to make decisions. Now let's come to something related to social media. Konnect Insights is very closer to that, right? So this particular case study is all about transforming online conversations into actionable insights to all the power brand strategies. It is pretty much impossible to measure the success if the brand doesn't really know what success looks like. The metrics matters the most for every brand. In the digital era we live in, where millions of data is getting generated every second, while there are a lot of different numbers flying around, like likes, followers, views, shares, so on and so forth. Social media analytics is extremely critical to any successful campaign or brand strategy. It is critical for brands to improve their social media and brand strategy to build and sustain brand equity, improve campaign performance, manage online reputation, gain a competitive advantage, and above all, enhance customer experience. In this particular case study, we have, it's an omni-channel conversational analysis. Multiple data sources are involved, just like Samir mentioned, email, chat, contact center data, social media data. Other than voice calls, all other sources of data were used, and we actually use Konnect Insights to derive a lot of value from that. And clients actually, a lot of times what happens is that they don't have a quantifiable way of adding value to these unstructured data sources back to their process, back to their, as an insight to their products. And because of the fact that so much amount of channels are there, different channels are there, the velocity and the volume is extremely high. And the veracity of the data is very low. The accuracy of the data is very low. That is where a platform like KI comes into picture, and on top of it, when analytics an engine comes into play, that makes a huge difference. So, we got a lot of insights from KI, from a platform standpoint, and we kind of extracted all of that insights into our own platform, which is named as Concentrix Insights platform. and we ran our own NLP engine to generate insights. Data, which is coming out like that, need to be processed in a very right manner. For that, there is a clear framework which is required. This is a this is a framework which is named as conversation to insights. What we call it as C2I framework. It's a solution that combines in-house expertise in multiple areas of social and brand analytics, such as data science, data engineering, NLP, and now various flexible engagement models, and so on and so forth. It analyzes customer interactions across all the touch points which are there to deploy a 360-degree view of the customer behavior across all of those channels. With this framework, we help client to understand what is the campaigns, what kind of campaign strategies are working, how to optimize the business investment, compare performance across all the social channels to determine where to focus their engagement campaigns, uncover opportunities to segment audiences based on personas by spotting them where they spend time, gain competitive intel and benchmarking, test different messages and channels to determine what is that which is resonating with the segment what you are targeting, monitor brand reputation, detect crisis, so on and so forth, right? A lot of things Samir has already kind of mentioned. We add a layer of NLP on top of it. Now, from an analytics standpoint, we drive a lot of value to our clients. Some of the use cases which is coming out of this particular framework is what is depicted here, like consumer persona, brand insights, competition insights, content and campaign evaluation, influencer analysis, so on and so forth. If you look at, if I look at from a summary standpoint, right, all of this, in all of these three case studies, data is actually extremely complicated with huge volume and velocity. From a variety standpoint, data, every type of data is coming in, whether it is structured data or unstructured data. Unstructured data is extremely difficult to manage. Processing of this entire data is a key element to it. Finally, if I look at it from that standpoint, orchestration of all of this data is the utmost importance. If the data is not looked at with a view of driving value, if data is not looked at for driving value to the end client, data is of no use. So orchestration becomes one of the key elements of it. Each part of this entire process is important, which drives the decisioning process. This is, what I mentioned in the last few slides are primarily the case studies, what we have done. But this is not just a view from Concentrix. If you look at from an external point of view, around 90% of the current data is originated in last 2 years. And out of this, 80% is structured. Only 18% of the organization is actually making use of this unstructured data because of the fact that it is difficult to manage. It is complex in nature. But sooner the organization are equipping itself to unearth the insights from the rich vault of unstructured data, better it is for consumers, organization, and industry as a whole. A lot of you guys are practitioners within the analytics industry. I just want to leave with this particular framework for all of you to think about. In the journey of data to insights, some variables are extremely critical. Every organization is at a different level of maturity as far as analytics is concerned. Left side of the chart is where the organization is at currently. Is the organization matured enough for adopting analytics at scale? What is the culture of the organization? What kind of data is there? What kind of leadership is there? What is the talent which is available to manage this data? What is the readiness to implement, etc.? On right side, if you look at it, it is all the benefits the organizations can derive from in the data to insights journey. What are the drivers of customer experience, operational optimization, customer engagement, loyalty, and so on and so forth. In the center, what we are seeing is the analytics processing. In this, during the discovery phase of it, identification of the right data sources, right, what are the use cases which need to be deployed, what are the challenges, so on and so forth, is something which which is looked at, an entire due diligence, right? And from there, based on all of those objectives, the challenges and everything, the right solutions are defined. And once the right solutions are defined, then the delivery from a deliverable standpoint happens, which actually drives the outcome. Having said that, when you look at in the current world, because of the kind of volume of data, variety of data, veracity of data, and velocity, there is a lot of focus, strategic focus on governance, privacy, and compliance is extremely critical to manage this data to insights journey. Partnerships like Concentrix and KI is in the right track in order to do that. I'll sign off by giving you a peek into what are we looking to build out. We are, so this is primarily by making use of computer vision and CNN and primarily on the facial recognition piece of it, wherein we are using all sort of AI and machine learning algorithms to look at facial recognition, which will help the bank at a credit underwriting process. Just think about a fact that now, especially post-COVID, right? When I used to be in banking. Whenever we need to meet a customer, we used to go to that particular customer. And during the underwriting process, a lot of times the customer need to walk into the branch and meet the credit person, especially if the ticket size is higher. Somebody will have to do something called as PD, or personal discussion. All of those personal discussions have moved digitally now. Everything is in a video conference is what happens. When someone is sitting in front of you, we are able to look at the body language of a person. But if it is through video conferencing, how will it happen? It is very difficult. And that is where AI will come into picture. That is where machine learning will come into picture. We look at the facial recognition, facial expression, almost closer to around 190 odd, several parameters are there within this entire face, which actually depicts whether a consumer is actually talking the truth or lie, which is extremely exciting. I never thought that in my banking days the technology will evolve to a stage where we are able to look at one person, one engine is able to process whether somebody is telling the truth or lie. But that is where the industry is moving. We are in that phase of building that entire solution. Currently it is in prototype, and there is a testing which is going on within a particular bank. Probably in next 90 days of time, we should be able to launch it from a solution standpoint across the financial sector. If you look at it, data from a decisioning process standpoint, even the face gives us so much amount of data. That is what I just want to end up with. Data drives decisioning process. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for such an interesting presentation. Wow. So ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward to the next session, I want to ask one question that I've always wondered at all my events. I've hosted more than 1,000 shows, and what really makes me curious is there is one thing common in all the shows and events that I host. Do you know what is that? Can anybody guess? The thing that's common in all the shows that we host and that are there is that the first row or the first tables of any show or any event are empty. Could anybody tell us or tell me why is that so? Is it some kind of, yes, ma'am?
I think because people scared of being the focus of the
Yeah. Being scared of the focus of the crowd, yes. I guess that's one of the reasons. What else? What do you think is another reason why these two tables are currently empty? Did anybody think of coming and sitting here? Did you think? And now I want to know, sir, why didn't you? And what an extreme. You didn't take the first and you're sitting at the last. Like, why is that so?
So when I came, it was too late. So I thought of not disturbing people and going in front.
Wow, that's so nice. What's your name?
Asif.
And Asif, sir, what do you do?
So I am from Cerebrate Solutions. So we manage ORM for clients.
Oh, that's why so thoughtful. Okay, great. Any other reason why we don't take the first? Yes, we have a gentleman right there. Thank you. Yes.
So mostly it's been like reserved for some people.
Ah, okay. That's what the reason. Yeah, many times we think there are VVIPs coming in and they will be taking the seat. But let me tell you, we have the expert who will be coming right here and taking the seats in the panel. And there are a lot of other reasons why the first rows are never taken, but we will get to it later. All right, so it's time for our first panel discussion. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be talking about this more in our final panel of the day as well. So now it's time for our first panel, and the topic is Care is the new marketing, and I have experts who will be enlightening us. So without further ado, I would like to invite them on stage, and it's a request to bring in some energy. We'll keep applauding for all the panelists and the moderator who will be coming and joining us on stage. Please put your hands together for Mr. Chirag Bhatia, Senior Vice President, Digital DDB Mudra. Mr. Pratik Vora, Associate Director, Online Reputation Management, Games 24/7. Ms. Priyanka Moza, Senior Growth Marketer, GEP Worldwide. Ms. Kumud Upadhyay, Senior Vice President, Motilal Oswal. Mr. Abhishek Agarwal, Marketing Head, Mahindra First Choice. And we have a moderator who will be extracting some very, very beautiful insights from our panelists, Mr. Nikhil Verma, Vice President, Marketing Technology, TBWA India, who will be moderating the panel. Mr. Chirag Bhatia, Senior Vice President, Digital DDB Mudra, to please come on stage. Mr. Pratik Vora, Associate Director, Online Reputation Management, Games 24/7. Ms. Priyanka Moza, Senior Growth Marketer, GEP Worldwide. Ms. Kumud Upadhyay, Senior Vice President, Motilal Oswal, Mr. Abhishek Agarwal, Marketing Head, Mahindra First Choice, and a moderator, Mr. Nikhil Verma, Vice President, Marketing Technology, TBWA India, who will be moderating the panel. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. We are here for a discussion on care is the new marketing as a panel here. We're going to try and keep it short and sweet so that we can also entertain questions from all of you. I'll first quickly introduce everyone here. I'll look at my thing first. I know I have a catalog here.
Like that over-prepared child who forgets right before the exam bell hits.
This is just to make everyone else at ease.
Yeah.
So I'm Nikhil. I work with TPW India as their VP of Martech. And I essentially spend most of my time managing Nissan in India and Middle East and customer experiences across the journey in digital, ATL, how does it come across in media. We have, starting from there, Chirag. Chirag,
Lois.
Chirag is Senior VP at Mudra, and he comes to us with loads of experience from publishers, all the platforms you want to integrate. If you are a platform, then you might want to steal him later. We have Prateek, who's the Associate Director of ORM at Games 24/7. Please sign up for his games, and you might get some extra credits. I'm good. Just want to keep it. Yeah. We have Priyanka, who is the Senior Growth Marketeer at GEP Worldwide, which is globally procurement.
Yes.
The older name. We have Kumud, who is Senior VP from Motilal Oswal.
Hello,
I don't
everyone.
think that brand name's any introduction. And we have Abhishek, who is the marketing head at Mahindra First Choice.
Hi, guys.
So we're going to start off with a very simple question. What's your POV on care is the new marketing? Is it really new? Has it come of age now, or has it been around and we're just discovering it in a different sense? Chirag, you want to start, and then we'll...
So care is, I don't think so it's the new marketing. It's always been there because, you know, your customer centricity, care, or for that matter, experience. It's the experience era. So there were different kind of eras, business eras, production era. As much as you can produce is what people will buy. There was a sales era where as much as you could cover the market, people would buy. Today, it is not production. It is not, you can't push your products to your consumers. It has to be an experience. It has to be an end-to-end experience, which starts from, you know, before that your consumer could even think about thinking about your brand, or thinking even before the need arises of a particular type of product. You know, the consumer doesn't even know you at this point of time. So care has to start from there. Experience has to start from there, from that touch point to throughout the consumer journey. You know, if you can give a perception, or if you can give send out that message that a particular brand cares for you, and that is only possible through a enriched experience, enriched and a relevant experience throughout the customer journey. You know, it's only then it's the only imperative for any business to be successful today.
Prateek, I want you to tell us about your view on the evolution per se.
Yeah, so actually, I mean, like I totally agree with Chirag on the fact that care is not the new marketing. It was always there, but typically it is just evolved. And how it's evolved, I'll tell you, like, for example, care is the core emotion most of us use. I mean, most of our advertisers, or any brand or any advertising that you see, they are typically triggering the emotions. So care was always there, but it was typically the pre-sales funnel, you know, like now the only difference that has happened is it is also the post-sales, which is it's typically evolved mainly because of digital penetration, and obviously it peaked because of all thanks to COVID. All of us, you know, like all the brands across India, be it from any sector, they've started taking social customer care, or just in general customer care, a very, very serious business.
Being a necessary support function to a comms hook to a reason for brand preference today.
Yes, totally.
Priyanka, what do you think about this?
Well, I do resonate with my fellow panelists. It is not a new thing. We have been hearing that customer is king since, I think, 1960s when we were on traditional medias, and then it did continue to the digital media as well. I think with COVID, it just became the forefront of everything. Before COVID, it probably was just, okay, one brand can choose not to focus on customer and just the product. But because COVID changed a lot of the ecosystem, the need for customer care, or rather customer-centric approach, became that much more profound. I think that's the only change that has COVID brought us. Other than that, I think both of them, Chirag as well as Prateek, said very rightly, it has only evolved, nothing has. So from just good to have to now must to have. Yeah.
You mentioned customer centricity, right? It has become sort of a buzzword now.
It's funny. Yeah, it is abused, I believe, now, because I'll quote from the book of Scott Davis, who has written The Shift. Those who have not read the book, I would recommend you should. It's about how marketers are always treated as, somebody who creates collaterals or somebody who is there to support the promotional aspect of the brand and not really
Especially by sales teams.
especially by sales team, but we may have the folks, so let's not go there. So, but how can a marketer become the real growth person and have a bigger say on the table with the C-suite folks? So it's all about that. He speaks of having 5 shifts in totality that will make a marketer from somebody of a tactician to more of a strategic person. Out of those 5, 2 of them talks about customer. One speaks of, learn, adapt, and evolve model. The other one speaks of influencer marketing and growing your network, really listening to your customers and then, kind of making the changes to the product. So I feel that.
Interesting. Kumal, I wanted to have your opinion. You're from BFSI. You know the sector very, very well. You are the people who have had the wealth of data about our wealth, lack of it, or aspiration. And customer centricity has been in your, purview for at least 2 decades. So from that perspective, how have you seen the growth over the years?
Sorry, before you speak, I'm sorry, I forgot in the chain of thought. What I wanted to begin saying is that it has been forever, because the book came 8 years before, and only now we are talking about it. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So I would like to say is that, maybe we say that it's 8 years, 10 years down the line, care is there, but care is a word which starts when we are born, right? So the most important person who comes in our mind when we talk about care is our mother, right? And why do we do that, right? Number one, obviously we know that the person will always stand with you, right? Second is you have complete trust, right? And third is when things go wrong, you still know that your mother is standing for you, right? Relate it to your corporate world. I mean, for your customers as well. Today, what is the need? Personalization. Every customer is unique, right? You can't have the same journey designed for everyone. Everybody is unique. I would like something if it's crafted for me. So when my name pops up, when somebody says that these are the recommendations, financial recommendations for you, Kumad, I would definitely go and see. I mean, yes, it is resonating to me, right? And my purchases really would be more than 70% because of that, right? So. Second is, yes, being in BFSI, trust is very important, okay, because we are managing wealth of the customer, okay. So it's very, very important that we, act as per the, regulatory guidelines, which, the regulators are always telling us, and at the same time, since online channels have increased so much, we should also understand how we are maintaining the customer database, right? And third is nothing but be transparent to your customer, give them all the information upfront and choices what they can have. So I would say, a pandemic became a new mother of invention, right? So what we could have done in, last 10 years happened in just 1 or 2 years, right? So as my fellow panelists, Prateek said, Priyanka said, okay, that it's now a must-have. So people are going with it since
fast-tracked, I guess. It's just fast-tracked.
With the twist of only one thing, what you said is the child knows that the mother is there.
Yeah.
Today, the customers expect you to be there, and they know that you have the ability, your means.
I was going to
and
ask
the
you a
tools.
question on exactly that.
Yeah.
We volunteer the information because we don't have a choice to BFSI. For the other verticals who wish they had that kind of information, what's the balance? And you have had experience on the agency side, on the publisher side. How does one tread that delicate balance between your slightly stalkerish, where you just discuss something and Facebook is listening and something popped up, or it's your behavior, to customization? How do you balance the stalking versus the customer centricity?
I think as long as the experiences are relevant to me as a customer, The masses in general, one, they know that Facebook is listening, Google is listening, and every other publisher or a platform or a company has the ability to listen. But if that does something good to me, I don't care. I'm happy. So make it as relevant as possible. The expectation of a customer today is a experience, a personalized experience, and the segments or the cohorts for brands today are shrinking to the level of, if I have to quantify it, it has to be n is equal to 1. I want what I want. I don't want what most want. So that's a huge difference.
On that, n is equal to 1, the audience size of one market into a segment 1, and cohorts and also adjacencies that I sold you this product, hence I might sell you something else. Abhishek, I'd like your view on this. I remember working with Mahindra a while back where they had planned in 2017, at that time it was path breaking, and they were just setting up Microsoft Dynamics to enable this. They had a concept of golden passports. I'll just give a back segue on where I want him to come and tell us about it. Someone in India buys a tractor. That's a 5 to 7 year purchase cycle. They're not buying a tractor again. You've already engaged with them. You have their attention, you have the connection, and there's nothing you can do for the next 4 years, except maybe sell them a passenger vehicle. Once you have sold them a passenger vehicle, another 6 months later, you can sell them a holiday with Club Mahindra. Or now you can sell them a holiday at Club Mahindra with their SUV. So how is first choice coming into it? How are you managing it? Also, where does this customer journey exactly, balance out with all the data and addressability that is available today? In your experience, because you have spent a lot of years also teaching people about digital transformation. So where's the evolution in all these years? Why has it become possible now? Please.
I think companies have had consumer data for eons, but they have never activated at the right points in time. I think owning customer data is one point. Every company does that. All of us have CRMs from best of brands in the world, but companies need to know when to activate that data, right? And that's where the entire journey gets stitched. And that's where the marketeer's dream of having a wonderful life cycle value of a customer is achieved. Now, as a group, we are lucky. We are in multiple businesses. We are in holidays, we are in new cars, we are in tractors, we have Tech Mahindra, which is a B2B solution, and whatnot, right? So what Mahindra tries and does is we sort of try to offer all our offerings to consumers at that point in time when they are looking, right? We have the data, and that's sort of consented with the customers to share across the group, and we say, okay, this person is looking for a car, let's give him 2 options, right? Let's activate him either on the Mahindra Group website, or probably he's interacting at some other point within the digital ecosystem. Probably we can offer him a used car based on his profile, or we can offer him a new car, right? And so on and so forth. Whenever there is a new release, we try and go back to these customers and say, hey, at what point is he interacting with us? At what point in his journey is he in-market customer? Is he not an in-market customer? If he's an in-market customer, then the activation channels change. And so on and so forth. We sort of try and activate this database at the right time.
So Chirag mentioned that today customers have, all of us, have started expecting that to happen, right? How is it helping us as marketeers? Somebody recently was telling me that they no longer search for the best fares and compare on sites. They just put it on Google and they click on the ad. They expect it to be the best fare. Skyscanner makes a lot of money from that, where you get something which is 20 to 30% higher. So my question here, why don't you tell me about this? As marketeers, as enablers, brands, agencies, where exactly does the onus of using the new currency of data lie with us? What's going to happen? How is it going to affect your brand capital if you screw up or you don't turn off those personalized messages? Is there a danger there?
So honestly, there's no right answer to this. There are pros and cons both. Depending on which sector and which industry you are working in, you have to draw a fine line. I mean, that's my honest answer, because while I was working with DDB, I've serviced a lot of clients, automobile clients, entertainment clients. Now, for example, entertainment clients like YouTube. Now, creators, they don't mind. Now, YouTube creators was one of the accounts that I had handled. So just to answer this very question, now creator economy is such that they don't mind if you sort of, use that data in the way you want to, like Chirag said, unless you are, it should be relevant. It should not be, creepy or spammy. Till the time you are using it in a appropriate fashion, there is no complaint. But then you cannot dare to do that with a BFSI client, for example. So it usage of data and where to, like you said, where to stop. Now that totally depends on the brand and the category that you are servicing in.
Priyanka, interesting question for you. You work with a company that manages clients across the globe.
Yeah.
So where do you think we are on the evolution scale in terms of realization, where we don't have GDPR yet?
Yeah.
The privacy data
Yeah.
regulation is up. So before we are supposed to deploy it,
Yeah.
how many of us are ready to trade our information in hope of a better deal, in hope of a better service? What's your experience?
It's a very interesting question because, as you said, I am working for Europe. Initially, I was working for USA when we were working global market. In US, we are not supposed to say it, but it's okay if you don't have a GDPR. You still have some back channels. You can
Don't have the threat of 3% of your PNL.
Yeah, exactly. So it's okay there. And then when you don't have a problem with the GDPR stuff, you can just use a lot of channels like email marketing, ABM, use those ads on programmatic and so on and so forth. But when it comes to Europe, there are two challenges. GDPR is not the only one. Your language is also a problem. If you are a French person and seeing an ad in German, it's horrible for your brand, right? And we may not know who's looking at where, which is why we need to employ and deploy a lot of other stuff. So it is difficult. We are still at a very early stage of evolution in that sense, where we are trying to figure out what data we have and is usable. Sometimes we do cross the line, not just GEP. I'm not talking about a brand. I'm talking about all the brands. I mean, I've worked with Thomson Reuters, EY. I've worked with Nestle, a lot of B2B, B2C brands. We often cross the line and then come back. It's like two steps ahead, two steps back. It's
Why? Why do you realize, or when do you realize you've crossed the line and now you have to track back? Performance dips or what?
Actually, performance dips. When you cross the line, in the sense you don't, kind of honor the GDPR, and then you don't see the results also, you know that not worth it, money is getting sucked in by these ads and everything, and so you better use the data which is in hand, and you already know that you have the authority to use it. Like, for example, I'm also leading LinkedIn Live program in GEP and did the same for EY. The beauty of that is that once you put an event out there on LinkedIn, there's an auto form fill. I'm sure a lot of us are already aware. It itself gives you a GDPR to a level 1, not a level 2, which is like they may or may not consent it, but you can still use it because it's given. A lot of us don't really focus on ticking the box, right? So we use that data sometimes to go ahead and just put an email out there and kind of gather it. So there's not straight answer to it. It's not bad, it's not good, just that we are not evolved in terms of using that data to the extent which, frankly, a lot of C-suite people would think we are. We are not. And as a marketer, it becomes a prerogative to keep doing it. It's like learn, adapt, and modify. That model goes with it.
Kumul, so again, BFSI, data warehouses. Which are sectors you have seen that things you have been doing for years, they are doing interestingly or making you reconsider how you do it? Any examples you have seen that we all can learn from?
So since I'm from broking industry, I would say it has gone tremendous change, right? For example, people, a commoner like you and me, initially when you were applying for IPOs, you had to go to bank, fill 10 pages, okay, and then give a check, and then wait for what is happening. Right now, just 3 clicks of a button, and you are done, okay? Second is POA, you have to give, right? Power of attorney. Right now, regulatory have done changes where you can do an online process through DDPI. So it's a change. Regulators are understanding and making changes, which is adaptable to today's customer, right? So if you see, the kind of acquisition that, the broking industry had in last 2 years, it's like, I would say it is 3 or 4 times more than what it was. And the trend has been that, tier 2 and tier 3 cities have been using more. That means common person also is now, he wants to trade, which earlier was not in, very common. So we need to understand what was the need. I mean, if people like, you and me wants to trade, it's easy for him. What is required? Number one, research. Number two, you don't have time, so obviously much more good recommendations you need. So we have come up with 360-degree research app where you don't have to do anything, just go. If you are an investor, these are the top 5 recommendations for you, you can easily invest your money. Second is, if there is a difference between investor and trader. So say suppose you don't know about options trading, then we have a ready-made solution offered to you where you can just, you don't have to strategize it.
So not make you feel left out, but actually customize it in a relevant way to help business.
Yes, so when you do log in, you will understand that this option strategy is based on your behavioral pattern. It is coming for you, recommended for you. So you can always go and try, which earlier was not available unless and until somebody specialized person is helping you out to strategize.
It also has it also customizes based on the risk appetite of the investor, right? Like, because I have used
Right.
Motilal Oswal in the past, and the whole recommendations are based on the risk profile.
So basically, your whatever portfolios you have and what is your risk appetite, your whatever persona you have, basis that only the recommendation will flow. And also, earlier what used to happen, people used to just open the trading terminal and see whether the market is going up, down. For people who are like, a corporate job or a doctor, will not be able to see that. So whenever the risk appetite is going to go up or down, there are instant alerts which come to you, so which was not there earlier. So predictive modeling has come into picture a lot more. In fact, the advisory service, so we believe in a hybrid kind of a servicing. So what happens, you have time, you do it. Otherwise, the advisor also need the same kind of support which a customer wants. Because they are people who wants to know what are the recommendations basis each person's requirement. So that has also helped not only to customers, but also internal employees to deliver better. So these are the
Perfect
changes.
example, I think, of personalization is what you're giving us.
Yes.
But to your question, if you go around taking opinions whether this data usage is right, not right, etc., in the masses, the number of groups that will be formed will be equal to the number of political parties in India. That will be so many of them, different opinions. However,
So you meant political, not ruling. Okay.
yeah, absolutely. Sometimes in the erstwhile era, I think 10 years back, number of ruling parties making a coalition together. Okay. So, having said that, I feel personally that, the regulation is important. But if you just cut, copy, paste GDPR from there to here, it might just not work. We're a very different country. We are a country of 130 crore people, right? Versus just like they are just a tip of an iceberg of what we are, right? Context matters, and it is also, whenever you download a new app, it says, okay, would you, it'll ask for permissions,
That's a common
notifications,
loop, right? The audience you have
locations,
in
etc.,
Luxembourg,
etc.
and then it's the same.
Yeah, and what is your action? You say allow, allow, allow. Why do you say it? Because of a personalization, what you exactly said. Because it's adding value to my life, right? While I'm giving this data, but it's a double-edged sword. This data going in wrong hands can be a massacre.
Abhishek, some tips and tricks that, a cheat sheet of sort that you have learned over the years, from being on the brand side, managing entertainment, to having taught digital marketers and transformation also. So if you don't have, the appetite to do all of the homework, everyone loves a cheat sheet. So how do we start out with this? Sameer talked us through a lot of the features, for example, that we have, but that's like 20 icons on a screen. Actually planning and building it out before you get your Konnect Insight subscription, you still need a plan, right? So what has your learning been? Where do you start? 2 or 3 reckoners that one can plan out.
I think back to the point where all of us own data, I think it's important we understand our consumer. And I think a lot of brands understand the consumer at the macro level. Like Chirag was saying, it has to be one-to-one understanding. For that, I think once for brands which have apps, it becomes a lot easier because you start seeing personal behavior of every consumer, and that consumer can be given customized communication. It can be a very customized like recommendation, or it could be, the customized cars in our case that, hey, this is what you would be interested in based on the lifestyle you have selected, based on if you have done a Facebook login, then you get those kind of information data to feed in. So you can start giving a lot more personalization recommendations there. So I think it's important in which domain you are. If you are app-based business, it would slightly vary. If you're a non-app-based business, if you are a lot of brick and mortar, or if you have only a digital website, so cookies don't give you so much data. Every consumer is not going to leave his PI data there. Right? He's not going to leave his name and mobile number. So it's going to be slightly different play or a cheat sheet that they will need to follow. But ultimately, I think a lot of looking back at the data, at how much is the engagement the customer is liking it, disliking it, is he subscribing, unsubscribing. I think continuously monitoring the data and then sort of planning your strategy on a quarter-on-quarter basis, then saying this is the template, I'm going to look at it after a year. I don't think that's going to be right for any brand. That will be very agile, look at the data on a day-to-day basis and take actions on that.
Pratik, we were talking about something coming from there on how you realize the work you used to do in a week happens in between tea break and dinner on the product side when you shifted from the agency. Given that context, how important, because if I was in a media agency, using data for better delivery and CTRs was my priority. Now that you're on the product side and the brand and you understand retaining the customer, having their trust is important, how important is it to be transparent with what I'm doing with your data, which is where GDPR and all this comes up with, right? Those are regulations. Yeah. Under threat of a punishment, we of course end up doing it. Yeah. But how important from a customer centricity perspective, and have you seen any benefits? So if I'm transparent with what I do with your data, does it reflect out in reviews and other things according to you?
So yes, to your question, the short answer is yes. Definitely, reflects in our consumer testimonials. So I'll tell you, like when I moved.
You can plug the app. It's okay.
Yeah, surely. So I mean, most of y'all might know we have two apps like My 11 Circle, Rummy Circle. My 11 is fantasy app, and Rummy Circle is a card, real cash gaming and card gaming. So typically, like you said, like as far as fantasy is concerned, now that is already kind of established in India, all thanks to our competitors. But Rummy is still in a space where there is a gray zone. Like people, there are set of people who believe it's game of chance, and there are set of people who believe it's a game of skill. So to answer your question with respect to whether we have seen that impact of transparency resonating back from our customers, yes. So all the apps we have, both the apps, they have geofencing. They have a lot of IP restrictions, a lot of things, because there are a lot of states where these apps are not allowed. So this is very well communicated, right? Like even if you are from a restricted state, for example, firstly, you won't see an ad. You won't see our ad in a restricted state, and by chance if you saw, because say for example you are from a restricted state, but you're traveling now for this event, and today you saw that. But even when you click that, clearly on the landing page you will it's highlighted in a very, very visible way, and not like star terms and conditions. It's very visible that we will not allow gameplay from XYZ states.
And that has had a positive.
Oh, definitely. Because I'll tell you why. Because when it has a positive impact in three ways. One, from our own stakeholders. Second, from the government, because they know that we are following the protocols to the face. And with respect to the statutory warning, if you see, that also has a rule that it has to be some XYZ percentage of your creative. So all of that is being followed, and all of that has resulted in very good stakeholder confidence, trust, and in the end, all drill down to our bottom line. So yeah, I mean, obviously I can't reveal numbers if you are asking that, but yeah, not on the stage, yeah.
Any questions for any of us? This is where you raise your hand and ask.
Before we take questions, I just want to add some points in terms of tips and tricks for a marketer, for example. I think having an appetite for innovation and technology is at the forefront of everything. Believe me, I mean, in my span of a decade and a half working for organizations, it may look unlikely, but not everybody has an appetite for it. But it has to be if you want to promote analytics, if you want to work upon it, if you want to use the data. Just gathering the data is not enough. Just having the MarTech tool is not enough, right?
How do you help the C-suite define an appetite? Is it a percentage of your P&L, percentage of your marketing budgets,
Great question.
goals?
Great question. So here's Okay, it's not a straight answer, but I can give you a real life example from GEP. So it's a company owned by traditional folks. Okay, they're late boomers, they don't understand the digital platform, more so the social media, right? And it's difficult to crack them open in terms of accepting it. Although we do have our own software, but that's a very different game altogether, right, than the digital marketing sphere. So to make them understand, it took us 3 years of why they should be on social, for example, and why there has to be a massive budget for programmatic and ads and MarTech tools like sales. Why should Salesforce be implemented, for example? Or why should, for example, we should have Konnect Insight for it, for one, as an example of that. And it took time. There's a change management. Frankly, if you take it as a part of your P&L, you may be aggressive, but that's not going to be a very progressive move on your part. As a marketer, you have to be progressive. Think from not a perspective of, okay, I have a skill or experience of, say, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 25 years. Think from a perspective of, am I influencer enough to make that change management, make the people believe in what I understand, make the people believe in the vision I have, not me, I mean, as a marketer, as a person you guys have, and then work upon it. So it has to be very progressive. It cannot be part of P&L, although the companies do reward you, the results are rewarding in itself. So these are a couple of things, I think.
So taking a cue from, that word that
Please.
you used, change management.
Yeah.
The number one reason for digital transformation projects in organization to fail is human resource, right? You can buy any technology in the world. You can buy any tool in the world. But if your organization or the people in your organization don't embrace that culture, everything goes in vain.
Resilience becomes the biggest.
Absolutely. So change management, receptiveness to customer centricity, or that culture of care, coming back to our topic, is extremely important. Your tools won't work, nothing would work if you don't put the human angle in place.
So I had a question for you, Komodia. In one of my previous stints at RE, we were taught that when you have to evaluate anything, like innovations, like customer centricity, at the end, if it doesn't affect your P&L, it will be challenging to sell it. So luckily, we had a CEO with a vision and IMD with a vision who got that. So he articulated very nicely. At the end, you have to describe things between either a brand or a business or a customer benefit. Not all businesses will articulate the hierarchy in that order. According to you, where is the shift happened in the last 5 to 6 years? You don't have to stick to BFSI anymore.
So Chirag, a good question to answer. I would say number one.
Nikhil, by the way.
Nikhil, by the
Sorry,
way.
Nikhil. Sorry.
Happens always.
Chirag is just on my right hand side.
You're in
Nikhil.
consideration.
So I would say, see what companies are currently doing is, they have taken digital transformation as their agenda, right? After pandemic. But just on the race of digital agenda, don't forget whether it's actually required by your customer or not, number one. Number two, whether it is actually meeting the need of the customer or not, right? Because what happens is sometimes, what is the need of your business, okay, may not be, I would say, just like we were making chatbot, right? So industry-wide, it was a FAQ chatbot. My B2B customers did not need that. So we went contrary.
So it's okay not to be present as long as you have a solid reason.
Solid reason behind it. And obviously, you do something different. For example, we came with an API-based, chatbot, which really helped them, right? So the moment you understand the need, it will reflect in your P&L or it will reflect in the results, right? So understanding the need is the first prime importance, which as marketer or as CX heads, we should be stressing on. Obviously, companies are, more interested in the results. So it will be a byproduct. See, you have to form processes. Results are the byproduct of it, right? If we just see that, we have to get only the P&L, then it will not work. Customer has to be the focus of everything.
One summary I'd basically, before that, one thing that I've noticed is the reason care used to be under customer support, which was after sales, like you mentioned, It also determines where your budgets sit. Technology costs money, and it has to have a priority on business, okay, right? So the shift from after sales, where it's a function good to have for your reconsideration, to marketing, to sales, to today business itself, on the reason you'll consider. That has happened along with technology, which is why we are having this discussion.
Yeah.
So
No, now I have 2 points instead of one. So one, I want to relate. I know your name is Nikhil. So one point what Kumar mentioned, I will reflect back on what Simon Sinek said. He said that when you're giving bonuses for somebody's, productivity or somebody's work, you're not actually giving bonus for the work or the result. You're giving the bonus or you're giving the PLN for their behavioral change. It may lead to, because if you're going to tie only to, okay, you get me result no matter what, it can lead to bad behavior as well. It can lead to a lot of bad hustle. However, the companies are very effectively now tying it to the behavioral change. I need this given X, Y, Z conditions. You get it and you get the PNL. So when you say change management, it cannot be part of just, okay, you dangle the carrot of money in front of the marketers and they get it. They can't get it. It in fact creates a negative pressure on a lot of people. It has to come from an influencing perspective of having a voice on the table perspective. And that's how gradually, but you start seeing the changes. That was what I wanted to say.
Abhishek, how has addressability, the fact that today the audience size of one, the fact that we can reach out to certain people, set them aside and only customize and message to them, in your experience, how has that affected all of these business scales, the technology? You've seen multiple things we were discussing, right? How remarketing was a buzzword at a point of time, and sometimes the technology was ahead of the curve, sometimes appetite didn't happen. So today it seems like all of it is there. You have the tech, you have capability. So where is the balance between getting lost in the crowd for somebody who's starting out versus having way too many choices to set it up? Your POV.
I think one gap which I still see in the industry is the implementation partners. I think we have all the tech in India, we have the best of minds, but having the right implementation partner really matters, though you buy the best tech, right? In terms of the other piece, where do we draw the line or where do we start for a startup? I think it's not important to do everything on day one. It's important to imagine the customer journey. You need to be ahead of the curve in imagining the customer journey, that where it's going to be 5 years down the line, and start with baby steps. Yeah, exactly. You need to have your vision, right? I mean, it's not really the vision of the business, but it's the vision of the industry. Where is the customer going to be tomorrow, right? And a lot of businesses were able to see that post-pandemic, and now a lot of businesses have, after being onboarded on a digital transformation journey, now they realize, okay, this is what we could have done pre-pandemic, and this is what we lost, I think. So it's really important that you start with baby steps. You don't need to do everything on day one. It could be very simple communication via WhatsApp, communication via SMS, communication via IVRs. It could be very basic, simple things, but it's important to map out the entire journey on day one and then sort of address one thing at a time.
I can't stress the importance of SMS as a channel. In my time as Lenscard, for example, we were discussing this earlier, right? We used to have monthly, quarterly business reviews where we'd have Facebook, Google, and Netco discussing what we can do. The best statistics we have noticed is, I'm sure most of you would have been bombarded around the first or second with salary credit to your Lenscard wallet. Please go to the store and check it out and buy glasses. If you haven't, please give me a phone number. I'll get it on board and you'll get that credit. But the fun part about that was we used to spend 1 crore rupees every month on sending SMSs at about 4 to 6 paise. 6 paise if you're on DND, 4 paise if you're not. But you didn't hear that from me. The more important part is we used to do A/B tests to see how effective these are. We used to try and see at least once every quarter, just to screw around with the CFO, no other reason. We'll just stop SMS for a week to see if there are savings. Our walk-ins would dip by 28%. So while we talk about tech integrations and all of it, you have a coupon code that's coming up to you. People are genuinely lazy. They don't use the coupon code. They just walk into the store because you've been reminded by an SMS, apparently an old medium, which still works better than the omni-channel functions and all the cool tech that Facebook, Google, and the others bring in. It causes people to visit. And of course, we were sensible businesses, so we made sure that the coupon code doesn't automatically appear when you enter your phone number. We didn't want to give you a discount, we wanted you to buy stuff. So at the end of it, those learnings, which is I was asking you, you're in a unique place, right? That most of the brands we are talking about still talk about India 1, SECA and all, but India 2 is still the larger market. So you can don't misinterpret my words, but take over the market sizes of Europe, America put together, and still not come to a metro easily, and still disrupt and make more revenue, be more effective. So any additions there that you have noticed that we'd be surprised by?
I think when we say we've been talking about personalization, I think a lot of personalization comes when you talk to the consumers in the real India in their vernacular language. I think being vernac friendly for all the brands is very important. We saw that at the contact center, all the brands ensure they have the vernac support in the contact center, but now a lot of brands have started using in their communication as well, right? If you see anything that you see on Facebook, on Insta, a lot of it comes state-specific, region-specific. A lot of app-based businesses have multiple languages in the app. Websites have evolved and grown from that. I'm sure you must be seeing a lot of
We do that, like just what you said. So if you see a ad in Maharashtra, it is the entire, the actor or the player is also from Maharashtra. The language is also Mara. Everything is very, very culturally relevant. So that's I mean that's one thing that I completely resonate, because we operate in multiple states. Our games are operating across India. So every state, the performance ads for every state are very, very differently made in terms of aesthetics also, and in terms of obviously language as well. So.
Okay. Any
while
closing thoughts, Chirag?
I do have
after
one,
your
of
thing?
course.
Because we don't have any questions before we. Ishfaq, we let her make a point and then question.
Otherwise I'll forget. While we are talking a lot about micros and very personalized communication and conversations for our customers, we must not forget the macro of it. Not all data is very personalized or has to be about personalization. A lot of it has to also be contextual and also making our customers be more educative of what their choices are. Sometimes there's something in the future and they may not know. As a visionary or from a brand or a person, you may know that it can be a requirement of tomorrow, for example. So you need to build that into the today's context as well. And a lot of tools do help us in getting that. Like for example,
stopping emails because you haven't opened or you're not interested.
Exactly, or
Obvious
changing the content altogether, for example, or being in the trends which are in building. So what happens majorly is we see trends when they're already built up, but trend is something that's happening in the moment. So catching that up, preemptive, yeah. So not to forget that being revenue driven or being very microed, we should not forget that we also need to educate our people. They may or may not be very, on the line of the trend happening. Question?
While I know that Slip says last 5 minutes, for all of us, we've spoken too much. Let's make it a little more interesting. So let's go around the table and ask each one of us that where is it headed? Where is it going to go 10 years from now? A wild thought, or maybe a wild personalization, I may call it fantasy. Let's figure it out. Let's start from there.
Actually, I'll flip it so I can also save the time. Any of you want to try that out? Yeah. Where do you think we are headed 5 years from today?
Ishfaq, you want to try? Let's put all the lights there.
So, okay. I was actually looking at the same conversation that you guys had about customer experience, right? And actually, I think we discussed the same thing backstage, right? So, just to give you a simple context, when you say best customer experience, we usually target this particular thing after the customer is onboarded. We never actually use it as a USP, which basically I think should be done and should be the first approach, right? So the question is, right, as per your experience, because I can see that you guys have great experience in terms of industries that you guys have worked with, right? When you say best customer experience, how do you define that, right? And what are the tips that you would like to share with all of the brands that are sitting with us as of now? And do you have any tips to make sure that we approach that in the right way? And basically that would help us improve the brand presence on social as well as the overall customer experience that we want to offer to our customers.
I have an answer for him. This was a benefit of having worked for a cult brand, which basically looks at every customer as a potential customer. You're either a past, present, or future customer. Royal Enfield, for example. It's very hard to not be affected by it. I have conducted over 700 interviews, and everyone has had a story. Either it pisses you off, or you have an endearing story. So basically, build a brand that's remark-worthy. It doesn't leave people unaffected. And on the basis of that, either you're planning to recruit them in the future, so they are future market, near market, or in market. Always helps, gets more budgets also from sales. I think we are out of time.
Yeah.
For today.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Where we are headed? Where are we headed? 10
Where are
years
we
from
headed?
Yeah, that was interesting actually.
So I think all the tier one companies are already monitoring your behavior to tell you what you need to buy or what you need to do in life. So they are planning for you 5 years. So, but when it comes to enterprise or when it comes to India, then should we not uh, anticipate the changes which we will want after 5 years in terms of technology, in terms of people? Whenever we say preemptive, how much intuitive you can be at the customer's level. So all we can do is that we can tell our people not to work on the existing anything. Just do everything for 10 years down the line. Just like maybe a touch screen has come. Everybody was giving a touch screen. I think Panasonic was the first phone which was giving a pen-based touch screen, but somebody thought that no, it could be a finger. It could be anything else. So likewise, every business which we are standing at, we are only handling the customers of now. We're only anticipating what can happen the next year. But can we, just like Yuval Harari said, that can we anticipate 50 years down the line? No, we cannot. Can we think of a product 10 years down the line? Can we see how a customer is going to behave? So the macro is very, very important. Everything, at my understanding, nothing is personalized. We all have a common goal: care and nurture. Care and nurture. When that's that, then you all have to work on the from the subjectivity to the objectivity of what we are collecting as a data, personalized data, and then anticipate 5 years down the line. When I will grow, much grayer hairs, then what will happen? Likewise, I mean, so it's the people of the organization which can only, so the top of the pyramid can always tell the every hiring that boss, you have to think about 5 years down the line, not today. What we have done is done. And I think I should not say for the, I look at Kumud and I see a kid going to the college or school, I must say that. But then we are leaders of today, maybe, but of not tomorrow. So hire the new people and tell them not to work on the existing business at all. Work on the future business. Think about the future, which I think most of the American companies or Western companies are already doing. YouTube is listening to me. They're taking one check off Siri or this or that, but they're listening to me. And then they tell me if I'm talking to someone on the diabetes. Then they tell you that Ayurvedic solution on the diabetes or this solution or that solution. They're monitoring your behavior so that they can anticipate 5 years down the line. So that's where, that's what my understanding is, where we're heading. I think we should grow up very fast, not handling the care of now. We should handle the care of tomorrow, the future.
Very well said.
Preemptive rather than reactive.
Yeah. I've got a very interesting one, I'll say that.
Thanks, Eamon,
so,
for all your future
inspirations. So just imagine, so today we live on the internet. Tomorrow we're going to live in the internet.
Yeah.
So think about metaverse.
Yeah.
The world is ready to embed chips inside their brain, Neuralink and all of that. So just
there are embryos. There's a whole facility
envisage
for embryos.
how will care change. One interaction with your customer, potentially you could measure the amount of dopamine and serotonin releasing in your brain. And that level of analysis, what kind of conversation is doing, what chemicals in your brain.
I'll leave all of you with that happy thought for the next panel now, because we have a great vision.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much for such an engaging, interesting, invigorating panel discussion, which was the first panel discussion of the day, but not the last. So ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward to our next session. We have a very interesting keynote speaker who is going to talk about a lot of interesting things that we can take away from it. Ladies and gentlemen, so please put your hands together for Mr. Ashish Mittal, Head of Business Communication Partnerships for APAC Google Business Profile. Let's have a huge round of applause for him, please. before he walks in also, let me tell you that the coffee is served right outside. You can take in your mugs, you can take a seat over here also, because of course we need that pump of, energy and energizers. So the coffee is served right outside, so you can bring it in and take a seat. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible? Awesome. Thanks for taking out time to be here. My name is Ashish Mittal. I'm part of Google's partnerships team, and I work on a product area which is called as business communications. So today we are going to talk about a new innovation on search which has happened. Let's start with a quiz. Anyone wants to take a shot how many times search changes in a day? So we have all been using search, right? I'm sure all of us use it. Probably we use it several times a day ourselves. But can you take a guess how many times does it change every day? Any wild guesses? So it changes almost 12 times every day. At any given point of time, there are more than 100,000 experiments running on search. So it's not like a static thing. If you go back, what you used to see as search, it has kind of evolved significantly since then. And the reason of doing these changes is because the users' demands are changing, right? Like users on a daily basis, there's something called a segment of one, which is you don't do a normal segmentation, SEC, ABC, but you actually try to understand at a user level what is the need and preferences. So we work in a product area which is very closely associated with search, and we thought it would be a good idea to take you through the journey that we have been on. We think we've developed something which is pretty cool, and we wanted to share it with you. Cool, so let's start with as a user, right? As a user, I think we are connecting with friends and family, and more often than not, we're using messaging as a platform to do it, right? And similarly, when we're trying to reach out to businesses and merchants, there is similar behavior which comes into picture. But what happens is that those instances or those intents to reach out to businesses, those are a few microseconds. It's actually said that the attention span of a user today is lesser than of a goldfish. And that's the sad part, right? So as a marketer, it's always a challenge. How do you keep making sure that those moments which are there, you keep a tap of that? And there's a common thing, like browsers have sessions where people have moments, and it's important that you capture those moments and act on those needs so that you can actually make some meaningful outcomes out of that, right? And for a lot of these moments, actually, users come to search to kind of get the solution on that. If I'm trying to look and buy an EV car, I want to know about the car, right? I'm not sure what is the range, what kind of a vehicle do I need, whether the charging mechanism which is there in my society is compatible or not. When I'm trying to find a shoe and I want to look at what is the availability of that particular sneaker that I'm looking for in size 9 with maybe orange laces and some weird one. I want to check whether it's available in there or not. And I probably go to maps and figure out like what's the nearest store close to me. If I want to buy a thing, I want to buy a book, I'll go to search and find out like what's the reviews, what are the good reviews, and which is the best place to buy it. And even if I've made an interaction with the business, I'm sure a lot of us are facing issues on travel these days. And first thing that you do when you want to reach out to customer care of, say, a particular airlines, what do? You go and say Indigo customer care, right? This is what we do. So across all these touch points, what users continue to do is they continue to come on search for billions of and generate billions of queries. And it's difficult. It's difficult for businesses to make sure that across all these complex user journeys, how do you make sure that you have a concerted single view of the audience and make sure that you're servicing those requirements in the credible way. So what we have done is we have kind of created a functionality. We'll talk the name about that in a bit, but what it does is it kind of offers a capability for you to offer a simplified way to kind of address all these users' need. So whenever there is a user or customer, existing, prospective is trying to get in touch with you, what if there was a way that you can reach out to them wherever they are, right? And you can actually meet their needs at that moment in a contextual manner and make sure in a single conversation you can do that. And today what's happening is messaging has become the primary channel of how users want to interact with businesses. So what we did was the most logical thing, which is whenever users are expressing an intent to connect with a business, we've now enabled a functionality that businesses can enable messaging as a functionality across their Google surfaces. So I'm sure you're aware of it. This is Google Business Profile, which allows you to make sure that all your locations and everything, all the reviews, all the cool functionalities which are there are up to date. You provide the most trusted experience. But on top of it, what you can do is you can enable chat as an experience. If, as a business, you already have a messaging platform, it can be plugged into that. The same experience can be brought to life. What we're seeing is just enabling this thing can lead up to 37% deflection in calls, right? Because what we don't realize is a lot of volumes that come to the call centers actually emanate from search, right? So if you're able to give users an option there, you don't need to go through that path of whenever user calls up, tell them don't call us at, send them a deflection message later on, right? So this is a more cooler way of doing it. And what we have done is basically we have enabled chat as a channel across the entire gamut of Google surfaces. So Google as an ecosystem has about 8 platforms which are billion users plus. And each of those platforms come to life in different formats. One of the most common one is customer care. We spoke about you wanted to get in touch with the customer. If you make a search for any business today, right, and a customer care, you would just see a contact center number. You click on it, you land up on the call center. And the intent from the users is I want to message the business asynchronously. And as businesses also, you want to meet the users in a digital channel, which is more efficient, which is more engaging. So what now can be done with this functionality is that you can enable a control panel right on the search. It allows you a functionality to even surface the top elements within the channel, within the intent. So you can directly tap on it and convey your intent, right? You're actually getting the user's intent. Imagine every query which is going to come through this, it's backed by explicit intent from a user wanting to get in touch with you. And you tap on it, there are rich, cool functionalities built in, there are carousels, rich cards, it is vernacular, built out of the box, it supports all Indian languages, and you can actually start answering to the customers then and there. Of course, if at a brand level, if there are simple brand keywords happening, along with the site links, similar functionality can be enabled. It is pretty handy for customer acquisition, for handling, displaying all the cool services that we offer. Now this is the favorite one. All of us use dialer. Dialer is basically the phone button that you tap, and the only action that you have seen on dialer is that green button, right? So now what we have done is we have enabled messaging natively within the dialer itself. So as soon as business goes live with this functionality, Google understands that, okay, this business is capable of responding to the user, not just with call, but also with chat. And in a magical way, we're able to surface the chat option along with call. Any guesses how much is the deflection which happens from this entry point? The businesses which are seeing almost 50% deflection, 50, not 15, 50% deflection, it's very logical. You're actually presenting users a choice at that moment when they want to reach out, right? And it's working well. Of course, that was about users who are very sure of when they want to get in touch with you, but there are also prospective users whom you're potentially targeting through Google Ads. And many of the ads today, they are designed in a way that they take the users to a landing page or potentially a lead gen form, right? Both of them are pretty static experiences. They are use cases where brands would love to speak to the customer who's wanting to take their business to you, right? And this is what HDFC did. Home loans is a complex product category, and their customers are not just based in India, they are global. And if you take them on a normal journey, they were taking the users to a lead gen form, collecting that information and figuring out the messy way on how do you get back to users without distracting them. In this way, what they can do is they can actually open up a panel and have the users, of course, inquire about the product, but even connect with the concierge that they have for this product, right? And it gave them significant uplift in terms of the acquisition, lowering the cost of acquisition for the customers. It can be enabled as an extension. If you have a complex product where you're selling services, but you want to offer an assisted experience, this is what HP is doing. Buying a laptop, again, is a very evolved process. You want to figure out what's the configuration, what's the use case. So you always are looking for assistance, and this is something that they can offer. And this is the newest innovation that we have, which is shopping. Increasingly, Google Shopping is the preferred mode on how users interact with multiple businesses, a lot of D2C brands who are putting their catalogs, their entire product inventory on Google. And whenever users kind of have an intent to connect with a business, chat as an option comes up here, along with the site link. And at that moment, what we do is we don't start the journey by saying, hi, welcome to this brand, how can we help you? We know that this user is interested in this product. So what we thought is, what if we start the conversation with that product? So we actually pass on the context of that product information on the chat, both to the business and to the user, that, hey, be aware that you came in looking for this. So if a conversation starts, the business doesn't need to ask me, I'm looking for a necklace or a earring. You can actually get on into this. What we're finding is a conversion rate on this kind of an experience is almost 70%. And this works well for high consideration, high value products where actually consultation can lead to outcomes. We don't think it'll work well for like products where the landing page works well. So if I want to buy a t-shirt, I want to look at the selection, and I'm probably not looking for assistance. But if it's a high consideration like jewelry or high-end electronics or like home appliances, this works pretty well. And yes, you can also integrate it across your own assets. It can be plugged in through a URL. It can be enabled on your app. It can be embedded as a link on the email. The best part is it works out of the box for all devices. There is no need for users to download any other app, sign up to a new service. As long as they're using Android devices, which a lot of users do, it will work out of the box. Even if users are using iOS, a lot of users use Google Maps, right? All of us love to use Google Maps for navigation, so it will just work fine for those users as well. And the conversation is not going to just rest there. Once the conversation starts, it is an asynchronous conversation. What it means is that you start the conversation, maybe I was planning to buy an AC and I saw an ad, I wanted to chat up with LG and I went and inquired and I slept, right? And maybe business was also not equipped to handle at that moment. Whenever the business comes online, it responds back to me. That conversation can be carried forward. Or think of another use case. I was buying that sneaker, orange laces sneaker. It was not in stock at that moment, right? And business said, sorry, it's not in stock, so please don't bother coming, but we'll inform you when it is in stock. 14 days later, it comes back in stock and you can send a notification, it'll come up. Adidas, we are wanting to get back to you. It's the same conversation thread which stays on user's device and you can take the journey forward. We have up to 30 days of interaction window on this. So yeah, this is what we have created, which is called as Google Business Messages. It is essentially 3 parts. One is we have created a bunch of entry points which are used by billions which billions of users use it every day. And it is an asynchronous channel. Once the conversation starts, it is retained on the user's device, and there are rich functionalities built into it. And then it is designed to make sure that all the use cases, whether it is top of the funnel, whether it is conversion, whether it is post-service, can be handled as you feel like. And there are key business outcomes that can be seen by businesses who have adopted it. Definitely an uplift in CSAT scores. Higher engagement leads to better outcomes. We all know that. 37% plus deflection at a blended level, which businesses have seen. There are case studies which I mentioned here. You can kind of go to the URL and explore. This is the product page. And yeah, increase in terms of the sales conversion as well. So yeah, like that's our offering. If you want to be there where users are looking to talk to you, then this is something probably you should consider. There are millions of businesses, millions of merchants who have enabled it, lots of thousands of large enterprises which have enabled it. And we have worked with a lot of partners to make sure it's available out of the box. With Konnect Insights, this functionality is there. So you can just reach out to your representative, and they should be more than happy to equip you on that. Our goal is to make sure that this becomes kind of a front door to meet your users whenever they're looking in touch with you, right? So this is what we are working towards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashish, for such a crisp presentation. I'm sure all the brands would love to leverage Google Business Profile when they are being searched, isn't it? All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving to a very, very important segment, which is the most, I can say, much awaited segment, isn't it? We are going to get down to the business of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to celebrate your hard work and dedication, and we'll be starting with the first set of awards. So to do the honors, may I invite on stage Mr. Santosh Kumar, Director, Product Sales from Chorus. Can we have in your please? Also, ladies and gentlemen, it's a kind request to all the awardees. May I request you to please walk in from here, from the front stage, and maybe you will be able to exit from the back of the stage, so that'll be much easier as there are a lot of awardees who will be coming on stage. And also one more kind request. I do understand that it's a very tech-oriented, sessions, but we would want much more energy for the awards as well. All right. Okay. So are we ready, everybody? Yes. Are we ready? Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the first award category is the best use of social publishing, automobiles, and the award goes to MG Motor India. Ladies and gentlemen, the best use of social publishing automobiles supporting agency goes to Step 1 Advertising. All right, Step 1 Advertising. All right, moving forward, the next award is for the best use of social publishing banking. And the award goes to South Indian Bank. And the supporting agency is Concept PR. We want both of them over here, South Indian Bank and Concept PR. Forward, the next award is the best use of social publishing healthcare, and the award goes to Vijaya Diagnostics. Moving forward, the next award is the best use of social publishing software, and the award goes to GEP Worldwide. Moving forward, the next award is for the best use of social analytics automobile accessories, and the award goes to Apollo Tyres Limited. Moving forward, we have the next award, which is for the best use of social analytics automobile accessories. The supporting agency is Interactive Avenues. So much. Moving forward, the next award is for the best use of social analytics banking, and the award goes to Fincare Small Finance Bank. Moving forward, the next award is the best use of social analytics education, And the award goes to none other than Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, Pune. Moving forward, the next award is the best use of social analytics entertainment, and the award goes to Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, the next award is the best use of BI tools and dashboards aviation. And the award goes to GMR Hyderabad Airport and the supporting agency as well, What Consults. Let's have a huge applause for both of them, the brand and the agency. Moving forward, the next award is Best Use of BI Tools and Dashboards Retail Appliances. And the award goes to TTK Prestige and the supporting agency as well, DDB Mudra Group. Let's have a huge round of applause for both of them. Ladies and gentlemen, next award is for the best social CRM, consumer electronics. And the award goes to Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals Limited. And the supporting agency is Shebang. So let's have a huge round of applause for both of them. Thank you so much. Moving forward, the next award is for the best use of social listening, Income Tax Department. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Income Tax Department. And the supporting agency is DDB Mudra Group again. So much. Thank you. And thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Thank you. Wow. That was the first power-packed set of awards, and we'll be having a few more in the coming sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for a next panel discussion? Yes? Okay, not a single yes. Yes? Okay, moving forward, it's time to move to our next panel, which is the 4 pillars of unified customer experience management, a concept that was coined by Konnect Insights, and our founder, Mr. Sameer, has also spoken about it during his keynote address in the start. To elaborate more on that, I would like to once again call Mr. Sameer Narkar, founder and CEO, Konnect Insights. Joining them, we have Mr. Mrugesh Soni from Yellow.ai, Ms. Rimjim Ray, Vice President Marketing, My Operator, Mr. Krishant Thangaraja, Senior Director, Head of Partnerships, Yellow.ai, who will moderate this panel. All right, once again, please help me in welcoming Mr. Sameer Narkar, founder and CEO Konnect Insights, Mr. Mrugesh Soni from Yellow.ai, Ms. Rimjim Ray, Vice President Marketing, My Operator, Mr. Krishant Thangaraja, Senior Director, Head of Partnerships, Yellow.ai, who will be moderating this session. Warm welcome.
Hey, good evening, everyone. What a lovely evening today. I hope all of you are having fun. Well, I'm Krishant, ex-Freshworks, currently at Yellow.ai. And of course, I'll be moving out of Yellow.ai as well in a couple of months, but nevertheless, I will be your moderator. Over here, I'll be introducing your panel here. Sameer, no introductions needed, right? I hope everybody knows Sameer here. And then we have Mrugesh. Mrugesh is the Chief Evangelist Solution Expert at Yellow.ai. And you have Rimjim. Thanks to Rimjim, she's actually unwell, and she has come all the way from Calcutta just for this session. Thank you so much. She comes from My Operator. Rimjim is VP of Marketing at My Operator. My Operator, in fact, has been directly working with telecom operators in India and have devised solutions, thereby taking the entire call center space working towards the betterment of the call center space. So, we are delighted that we have you, Rimjim. Great. Now, while Sameer was talking about 4 pillars, a little earlier today in the evening, let's hear a little more from him on, just could you summarize about the 4 pillars?
So yeah, we spoke about 4 pillars of unified customer experience. I think I did that twice or thrice during my keynote. This will be a repeat again. So, the chatbots and the call center play a major role in unifying the customer care. You know what, I was talking to someone, in fact, Mrugesh earlier, that back in 2014 or so, we had the effort of telling people why do you need social listening. That's not the case today. Everybody knows that we need to have social listening, we need to have a unified customer to engage with the customers. But in today's time, the efforts that we have to inform our customers is that you can go beyond the products that you see. What brands do is they have a product like Konnect Insights, which is social listening, analytics, all that stuff. Earlier, that was also siloed. You had multiple products for it, where you had something for social listening separately, something for ORM separately, something for social analytics separately, something for social publishing separately. They knew that problem that these products have to come together. Konnect Insights solved that problem. But beyond that, there is more that you can integrate. We at Konnect don't look at channels, separate channels, and then we will provide this many channels, others will provide this many channels. We look at unifying customer care. All the time that we talk in our offices, there is one customer, there is one brand. You have to unify all the channels into one tool. And for that, call center, chatbots, and emails play a major role. And that's why we have someone from My Operator who will explain all these things, from Yellow who will explain about chatbots. And I am filling the gap that was supposed to be done by Kshitij from Delhi Airport, because that's one brand which has really gone ahead and integrated all the channels together. And they're true winners of 4 pillars of unified customer experience. So with these events and going forward also, our story is don't look at social chats, call centers, emails separately. They're all in one, because the customers don't expect you to, not know about them. They want you to know whether you're coming from, any given channel. So yes, we complete the story. All of us complete the story.
Thanks, Samir. Talking about channels, social media is really important, right? I guess all of us here have interacted with some brand or the other, and all of us use WhatsApp, pretty much 100% all of us. So, Samir, could you actually talk about the influence of social media and how we should kind of take care of social media, thereby kind of working on a complete customer experience management?
See, the thing with social media is, when you write something on social media, unlike email probably, is that you're not one-on-one, right? You're announcing to the world that you're telling the brand, see, I have a problem, but you know what? Please, everybody listen to that as well. So you're actually announcing it to millions of people who are there. And the turnaround times, that's why on social is also less than 10 minutes. So many brands are here. They have an SLAs of 10 minutes on social media. So social plays a role over there. And then brands usually do is that they take the conversation private. And every social media channel has a private aspect to it. Like Instagram has it, Twitter has it, Facebook has it. So they take it there. But then you cannot really ask customer to only come on one channel all the time. He might come on email, he might come on chat, he might come on call center. And that's why unifying all these channels are important. Social, of course, has its role to play, and there are so many channels from which they come. So social media has two aspects to it. One is when you write a query to someone, to a brand, saying that you have a problem, they look at it two ways. One is the urgent and important one, that you have to resolve the query quickly and close that ticket. Okay. The other aspect is, how many people talk about this aspect. So if I take an example of Zomato, let's say, how many people talk about delivery. There is other team that works on it. Maybe they work on our product, say once a day. Someone else works 24/7. But the social conversation has two aspects. One is urgent and important. The other one is important, but not so urgent. Important because you then can look at those insights and learn from it and improve your services over there. There are so many use cases, where social media interactions have helped you to get better at your services, to get better at your product.
Thanks, Amit. You spoke about call center, contact center solutions, right? Calling is here to stay. While people say that social media is there, there are other channels where customers can reach out to you. Calling is here to stay. In fact, that's one channel by which customers can talk to you live, right? And that channel is never going to go. And in fact, Rimjam was just talking about, we were just talking about solutions that are specific for SMB, specific for mid-market and enterprise solutions. So over to you, Rimjam. Can you share your thoughts on this?
Yeah, sure. So, we are a nation of billion people, and we are a very noisy nation, Just look at one of our cricket matches, that kind of noises we make. We're not quiet people. We love talking. And when we love talking among each other, we also love talking to the brands. So at my operator, we keep talking about a term. We call it conversational commerce. We believe that most of your commercial transactions start with a conversation, led by voice, but then increasingly also chat and WhatsApp. We are the largest WhatsApp users, by the way. We've already surpassed USA and even Brazil. So this is where our call center really becomes important. So when you have people talking, you also have to listen to them. This is where voice becomes a very important part of your sales process, of your customer care process, of even your marketing process. If people have to reach out to you and they have to have an easy way of reaching out to you, and how do you make sure that that you're providing the right technology? You're able to cater to the calls. We have got customers using us, customers as huge as Amazon and Myntra, and they're getting thousands of calls every day. Now, how do you provide them the right robust solution? So traditionally, we have had, of course, desk-based call centers. Right now, the world is moving to cloud. So we talk about cloud-based call centers, so where your agents can be remote, they can be taking calls from anywhere. Especially after COVID, we see that the world has moved remote. So, again, so while we talk about social, while we talk about web, and there was an interesting stat I was just sharing with Krishan just outside while we're having coffee. India has got about 6 crore MSMEs. And we're seeing looking at the digital adoption curve of these MSMEs, because it's a very important segment for us. We saw that about 80 lakhs, less than a crore people are really, really digitally evolved. So when I say digitally evolved, they have something sophisticated as CRM. They have sophisticated things like e-commerce or using more sophisticated digital channels. But 5 crore out of the 6 crore people, that's obviously over 80%, have a smartphone. All of them mostly are using some form of chat, mostly WhatsApp, it's become the preferred solution. So with such a hoping, kind of access, especially mobile has democratized this entire communication process. Now even the smallest SMBs or, even a mid-level company, and even the smallest of your customers, people across, whether they stay in tier 2 cities or in villages, they probably have a smartphone, and they have, thanks to 4G and now 5G, they have an internet connection. They can reach you through voice, they can reach you through WhatsApp. This is where, integrating voice, and I was really excited to hear Samir speak about it. So I come from an agency background, I come from a I've come from a primarily tech and then moved into marketing. Worked with a lot of marketing automation software. We talk about social, we talk about web, but we often leave out this very important part of voice. I was so excited to hear, when I was telling Krishan, I was so excited to hear one marketing automation company that's talking about, bringing also voice together. That's the most basic form of human communication. You get up in the morning, you need a cup of tea from your mom, you don't text her, you tell her. And that's and it's not that your behavior will suddenly change when you're talking to brands. If there's a way of chatting with brands or talking to brands, you probably take that. This is where, as I said, voice is one of the most basic ways that we communicate. And it's very important that you have calls as part of your marketing, your sales, and your customer care solution. And you have the right robust call center tech to handle all those millions of conversations happening all around.
Thanks, Rimjim. You make me a little guilty because I message my mom when I need something. But yeah, cool. So Rimjim made an important point, right? About live interactions, it has to be on voice. Well, of course, there is live chat too, right? But again, you can't have all the agents talk to you every time. So live chat, again, is not feasible. That's when conversational AI comes in, right? Of course, there are chatbot solutions. Samir spoke about having, he did not like things getting automated 3 years ago, because 3 years ago it was just chatbots, and today it's conversational AI. I'll pass it on to Mrugesh. Mrugesh, before you talk about how conversational AI has disrupted this space, it'll be great if you could actually differentiate between chatbots and conversational AI.
Actually, the difference is very simple. It's about somebody who doesn't know you in the room versus your friend at some level. Chatbots or any conversations per se, right? So when you have a chat with somebody out here, you're going to get 2 or 3 more insights about the user. The normal data rate that comes in is about 4 or 5 data endpoints per minute that you get from the user, which you will never get from a feedback form, which you'll never get from an IVR call or anywhere else. Now the differentiation in this is that when you interact with the user intelligently, addressing him or her by their name to start with as basics, if you know their gender possibly, and you're able to curate that conversation towards what they're intending to come for. We call that CLIR, which is context-led intelligent redirection. Rather than asking them, what's your name, what do you want to do, where do you want to go, you have lost him in that first 3 seconds, 5 seconds per se. Now, the problem between intelligent and dumb chatbots is us. Because we think technology is going to start working on its own. Your car, your Alexa, your Google Home is not going to realize your name till you teach it. And brands like yourself, agencies like yourself, are working towards defining bots that are fed with data from conversations. In fact, we realize humans are lazy. So we are discovering something called as conversation mining, which understands something that you write over time, the way you interact with the contact center over time, the emails that you write or the chats that you essentially have, to realize your pattern of writing and what do you intend to mean from it. Now, once you collect that much intelligence, it is always nice when, instead of on your phone call where the bot tells you, can you type your PIN code number, versus it asking you about it. And when you're basically on a specific chatbot, it addresses you by your name and says, hey, welcome back, Mr. X or Mrs. Y. Now, the intelligence comes from that simple aspect. Great to have you back. Your last order is ready here. And that at least gives you some delight to go forward. That is a basic form of intelligence between a dumb bot and intelligent bot at some level.
Thanks, Mukesh. So how do you see conversational AI disrupting the space?
Well, unfortunately, there is no option for any of you to not adopt it. Ashish spoke about how Google is talking about bringing the bot to every device. 98% of India is Android, at least. And there are 11 products of Google that are sitting on an Android device, from your maps to your search to your shopping to your search. So you start with search, right? If at search you have a bot interacting with you, you are going to give it 3 data points, which is intended for your goal. So your bot is sitting there. And as a brand, the approach is going to be very simple. If you have a business, you have a retail address, you have a customer support, you have marketing, and you run ads, why would you not bring that together into one single power, which is the bot? And this bot will need to get intelligent to be able to answer all those queries. So your bot is sitting on Google. Your bots are sitting on Meta's platforms, Insta, WhatsApp. All of you can Google WhatsApp and TechCrunch if you want on your phones and see the 4th article there, which is going to be talking about WhatsApp introducing business directories on phones. So which means you may not need to search on Google, you may need to search on WhatsApp for the brand, for its product catalog, its customer support and marketing. Apple has stopped tracking you. All of you using Apple devices must be seeing stop tracking me per se, right? Data is going to sit in these 3 ecosystems. And to be able to become intelligent with time, they are going to drive you as a behavior to use a bot. And with WhatsApp Pay, Google Pay becoming the norm per se, and that becoming as part of your daily ecosystems, it is going to be a normal ecosystem where you're going to walk up, and we are working with brands to talk to a car, to talk to an ATM, and to be able to speak to anything and get that back with the 5G economy coming in. So it is going to disrupt, maybe in 1 year, maybe in 2 years.
Thanks, Mukesh. There is a company called Help Scout, a competitor of Zendesk, Freshdesk. They have run a survey across 8,000 of their customers. And with that study, they found out that customers who you can solve customers' problems across any channel, live chat, including conversational AI or live chat. Customers have a higher probability to kind of rate you positively via that channel, right? So live chat, conversational AI are important channels. It can work for you positively. Of course, if a chatbot is not going to give you the answer that you want, it is going to frustrate you more than any other channel. And at the same time, if you do it right, that's the channel that's going to help you get positive feedback from customers. The other channel, which is the most important channel and the boring channel, which is what I'll handle, which is email, right? Like all of us kind of use email in our office, obviously. And pretty much, for asynchronous conversations, we still use emails, right? According to HubSpot agencies, around 80% of the agencies feel that email is still the topmost channel that they prefer, right? When they send the right kind of messaging, because it's not live, it's not instant. When the customer has time, he's going to see those messages. And if he wants something, he wants things in details, email is the best channel, right? So you can kind of focus on any other channel, but at the same time, email still works, and email is an important channel. Of course, we spoke about primary channels, 4 pillars. Now, how do you implement this, right? I mean, I'm sure in most of your organizations, you'll have dedicated teams taking care of social channels, dedicated teams taking care of maybe emails. Instead of an omni-channel, a multi-channel strategy never works, right? Think about it. There's a stats by Freshworks where they say that around 67% of the customers will reach out to you in a minimum of 3 channels. Think about it, when you kind of write to a brand over email, and then you call them, and then you message them on WhatsApp. In 3 different channels, the agent again asks you to repeat everything. Then, of course, that's going to be poor customer experience, right? So how do we actually bring all these together? How do you actually implement 4 pillars for your organization to be successful? Samir, probably we can start from you.
See, we spoke about all the channels from where we need to listen to the customers. What is also important is your CRMs should also be integrated. And if you're already using some CRMs, then look for a product that can integrate with it, because changing CRMs is difficult. We have worked with Freshworks so many times, me and Krishant in the past, and we work with Salesforce, we work with Microsoft Dynamics, Zendesk, and if at all you have an email channel where you are managing that from your CRM, please go ahead and integrate that with other channels that can bring that data together. And data should flow in from one system to other systems. You need to have those object level mapping. You need to have the status managed in both systems. And for past 2 years, we've been working on that. We have very solid CRM integrations built with this idea that if someone wants to use any other CRM that they're using, then they let not migrate them onto Konnect Insights, bring in all social channels, bring chats, bring call centers, and let them use those CRMs where data can push from Konnect to those CRMs and also come back here. So at the end of the day, the agents working on any given platform still should have one view, like whatever data is available in Salesforce, can that come back to Konnect Insights? Whatever data is in Konnect Insights, can that go back to Salesforce? And if the ticket is closed over there, can the status message appear here? Can we do object level mapping so we know that this is the same customer, and then see the entire history in any given platforms? So even though you're using two systems, it should really feel like it's one platform that we are using. And at the end of the day, I'll keep on repeating, it's one customer, one brand, and you need to unify all the tools, so it's one tool at the end of the day.
Thanks, Samir. Rugesh, your thoughts here?
So the vision is absolutely bang on, right? The reality though, again, like I say, it is nice to come to these kind of conferences here, go back, and then say, we'll see next year what we want to do. But the day you are basically asked to create your marketing plan, your media plan, you are going to say, okay, which is the cohort that I need to target? What do I need to address? Which is the top deflection that I need to handle? And that reality is only going to be possible when you merge these four pillars. Where we at least are going towards is creating a conversational marketing cloud that talks to an ORM engine, that talks to a CRM, talks to a CDP, and then lands the entire tickets back into a system like Konnect to ensure there's a single source of truth. Now, you'll have to see where your customer is essentially sitting. Is that system of data extraction intelligent? Every customer who's irate is also a data point for you. Every customer who is irate can be converted to save 2 more customers if he's managed correctly. And every customer who's irate, if his ticket is managed within the first 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 minutes, is going to save you that much more revenue back. But how do you bring that system in together? What you'll have to go back and think through and create a blueprint with your IT and marketing and data teams is, where do you consolidate? Who brings that thing together? Eventually, in about a year's time, you will have more job roles that are going to be elevated beyond the data scientist per se, right? Who understand who is handling your omni-channel strategy in your organization. Now, is that somebody like you in this room? Is that the agency who's managing the data and is across all these channels? Or is that you scaling up your platforms to make it omni-channel? That's something that you need to go back and decide. And where we are going to come in together as partners with us and them and the CDPs, etc., is to always make that platform intelligent. Extraction of the data is in your hand, and connecting those platforms is in your hand. You don't do that, you'll still have silos. You'll still basically fall back in a scenario where you'll take half a year to a year to bring the data back together into a single system. So take that action, even if it is a basic one starting in 2023, and you'll reach a stage by mid of the year to say, this is at least in place. And then I will take every channel one by one to make it a complete unified experience and to have a, we call it a mind map of a customer at some level. See if you can reach that stage per se. That is what we are doing here.
Thank you, Murugesh. Rimjim, your thoughts?
All right, so just, I'll share a kind of an anecdote here. So I was at IIM Bangalore a couple of weeks back. I was talking to those, very early stage entrepreneurs at IIM Bangalore Incubus. And these, obviously very enthusiastic people, when you are a founder, you want to implement everything. They were like, we are investing in this tech, that tech, et cetera, et cetera. I was like, don't do any of those things. Most of these things are free. If you invest in one thing, invest in a CRM. So agreeing with you. So that's the first thing. The moment you have some money, invest in a CRM. And that's one investment that you are going to basically reap the ROI on. It might not be evident at this point of time, but believe me, a year down the line, you're going to thank me. But at the end of the day, what we took away from the various keynotes today, be it the Google keynote or what Samir spoke about, is the segment of one, right? You have to converge to that segment of one. We often think marketing is a volume game. In fact, we always think this, right? We want millions of people visiting our site. We want to have millions of people filling up our lead forms. No, marketing is a precision game. Million people coming to you, not finding what they want, or you bombarding a million people, spraying and praying, boasting about, we send out 1 million emails every week. Netcore would be thanking you, no one else would be. Your customer wouldn't be thanking you. Because you're probably sending out, irrelevant messages to most of them. This is something I often tell my team, don't send out 1 million emails, I'm not interested. But just tell me, how many of the people are actually opening and clicking through. Send out 100. But tell me that, 70% people are opening it. Or, or if you're sending out a message or a WhatsApp message, if you're doing a call-based campaign, say that 70% people are responding to you. Then I know we are telling the right thing to the right people. If you're spraying and praying, and at the end of the day, you just have an unsubscribers at the end of, at the end of it. So it's very important that to identify this, the segment of one. You need a proper CRM. You make sure that you're not making that person repeat things. You actually understand, and then starting from the segment of one, you build out. Then you have your cohorts, right? You understand, you segment them by, say, industry or by spending patterns or, the background that they come from. It's an SMB, it's an enterprise. All of their problem statements are different. All of the problems that have come to you are different. If our messaging to them, the way we treat them is very horizontal, you're not really solving their problem. You're just treating them very generically. So it's very, I think, this convergence of these channels to understand, to have that unified view of the customer, to understand who he or she really is, and to talk to him, talk to him in a way that makes sense to him, present in the solution that is relevant. That is, that is the final aim of any product or any service at the end of the day. You have to be solving, the customer comes to you with a specific problem. Doesn't matter if there are millions like him. And at the end of the day, it's always, what's in it for me. If you can identify that, you have probably won your marketing game there. I said it's not a volume game, it's a precision game.
Thanks, Ramzam. According to a study by Harvard Business Review, reducing customer efforts is the biggest factor that can drive customer loyalty. So whatever you do, investing in customer service is definitely worth it. Investing in something that's omni-channel is definitely worth it. Thank you so much. If you have any questions for the panel, we can take it now or offline. Thank you so much. Well, Mrugesh will be around here for a while. And then there is Farhan from My Operator as well, who is here. So if you have any questions for My Operator or how Yellow.ai can help your organizations, please feel free to ask them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much for such an interesting presentation as well as this really nice panel discussion. Let's have a bigger round of applause for them, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be giving again the spot prizes for this really interesting quiz. So I'll be starting with my first question, and whoever knows the answer, of course, you raise your hand. Okay, could you tell me that you have to name the 6 reports in listening? The 6 reports in listening. Any 6 reports in listening? Okay. Okay, yes, right there. Yes. And let's see what are the answers.
Social listening reports, right? Platform split. Okay, sentiment analysis. Split by region. Okay, split by profiles. Share of voice. Is that 6? Okay. By influencer.
All right. So I wanted to know, you have been a very studious person in the past?
Yes.
And how much have you scored in your last year?
75% BSc.
Oh my God, wow. Let's have a huge round of applause for him. Can you please select this one? Thank you. All right. The next and the final question is, when an entity or an individual doesn't file their ITR, how much TDS should be deducted when clearing their invoices? This is a very tough question. Yes? Yes, it is?
20%.
Are you from income tax department? The interesting thing is we have people from the income tax department right here. Where are they? Can you raise your hand? Do we have them? Because they were also being... Okay, thank God. Okay. Otherwise, they would have said, okay, this is common sense. Why are you asking such a question? Okay, this is for you. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we have our next set of awards. And the good thing is, during awards, the energy is very high, and I'm very, very grateful for that. All right, so moving forward, to present this section of awards, may I invite on stage Mr. Nitin Vartak, co-founder and CTO, Konnect Insights on stage, please. And let's give a warm welcome to him. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting with the next set of award. And the award for the best use of social listening automobile goes to Honda Cars India. And their supporting agency is Interactive Avenues. Can we have both of them on stage, please? Come on, we need bigger round of applause for everybody who comes on stage. Moving forward, the next award is for the best use of social listening FMCG, and the award goes to Harvest Gold. And the supporting agency is What Consult. Can you have both of them on stage, please? The brand as well as the agency. Is for the best use of social listening for market research B2B construction. And the award goes to Ultratech Cement Limited, and the supporting agency is Shabang. Award is for the best use of social listening market research retail trade, and the award goes to More Retail Private Limited, and their supporting agency is Webenza. You would like the brand and agency to come on stage, please.
Beneath the noise, our love is still remains. It's just a ride, no matter what we face.
Thank you. Next award is for the best use of social listening, market research, B2B furnishing. And the award goes to Godrej Interior. And the supporting agency is Myram India, a WPP company. Let's have a huge round of applause for them, please. Moving forward, we have our next award, which is for the best social CRM, F&B, and the award goes to Tim Hortons. And the supporting agency is Hawk, Gozup Group. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Varta, for doing the honors. Thank you. Let's have an applause for him, please. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to present our next set of awards, may I invite on stage Mr. Hitesh Salian, founding member and solutions architect at Konnect Insights, who will be doing the honors of presenting the next set of awards. Also, let me tell you that you will be taking some very interesting and very beautiful Instagram and Facebook and Twitter moments. So we have the hashtag that is WeConnect right here. So please use the hashtag WeConnect while you post some really nice memories from this event. Thank you. Hello. Please come. All right, moving on with the next set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for the best social CRM, F&B, and the award goes to Dunkin' Donuts Jubilant Food Works. That again is Best Social CRM, F&B, and the award goes to Popeyes India Jubilant Food Works. And the supporting agency is Watt Consult. Moving forward, the next award is for the best social CRM fintech, and the award goes to Pay Nearby. The next award is for Best Social CRM Gaming, and the award goes to Gamescraft Rummy Culture. award is for Best Social CRM Consumer Services, and the award goes to Nest Away. Award goes, it is Best Social CRM Gaming Supporting Agency, and the award goes to Social Beat. Forward. The next award category is Best Social CRM Insurance Services, and the award goes to Star Health and Allied Insurance Company Limited. Our next award category is Best Social CRM Real Estate, and the award goes to Shriram Constructions. And the supporting agency is 4AM Worldwide Advertising. Can we invite the brand as well as the agency on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward with our next category, it's Best Social CRM Consumer Services, and the award goes to On-Site Go. Let's have a huge round of applause for them. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award is for the Best Social CRM Retail Electronics, and the award goes to Sangeeta Mobiles. Thank you. Thank you so much for doing the honors. Thank you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our final set of panel discussion. It is on data analytics, the backbone of CX, and now I'll be inviting the panelist as well as the moderator. Please help me in welcoming our panelists and moderator. But before I do that, once again, all the people who will be using social media to tag pictures and memories from this event, we request you to please use the hashtag #WeConnect. Yes. Moving forward, we'll be inviting the panelists and the moderator. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please help me inviting our panelists. Please put your hands together and help me inviting Mr. Shekhar Arch, Director Global Analytics Concentrix, Mr. Ajit Anantharaman, Director Information Security and Data Protection, Hansa Security, Ms. Kalpana Chauhan, Senior Director, Data and Intelligence, Interactive Avenues. Mr. Rajesh Gupta, Senior Manager, Customer Service Operations, Zepto. And Mr. Santosh Kumar, Director, Product Sales from Chorus, who will be moderating this session. Over to you, sir.
Or the data that we are capturing through various listening or the customer interactions from the news and everywhere, we always try to see how it is going to benefit and how we can derive some value out of this for our customers across the different phases of their customer journey. So starting from when we are trying to identify the right kind of audience, we are capturing data, we are trying to reach how we can get the behavioral inputs, how we can see what they like, what they dislike, where they do want to be reached upon. So somebody might be interested in emails, the other might be more inclined towards a WhatsApp kind of a communication. So where do we reach out to them, how we are communicating with them. So from the data, we are able to capture insights about the content strategy, about our media, about their customers' requirement from the customer care. There was another panel which was talking about customer care.
Yep.
So what are their likes and dislikes in terms of their products, their feedback about their partners. So all of those insights can go back to different functions of the organization. It's not restricted to the marketing only, but to different functions of the organization and improve upon their experiences.
True, true. Shekhar, coming to you now, from your experience having successfully launched products and services in consumer finance and insurance, right? How does data enable you to deliver exceptional experience end of the day?
Yeah, so in my view, right, data definitely elevates the customer experience to the next level, provided we need to make use of the data in the right manner. Let me just take an example. For one of our client, which is an insurance client, we were managing customer retention for them, and which is called as persistency in the insurance parlance. And so we built out normal traditional way to manage that is to build predictive models and segment all of those customer based on their risk, which is high risk, low risk, medium risk, and so on and so forth. But that is only probably one part of the entire solution. What we need to look at is let me just take my own example, right? I use credit card for making various payments. See, if I am making use of my credit card for making my insurance premium, I will look at my credit cycle. I will look at what is the amount of grace period which is available for an insurance payment and calculate it so that I get the maximum leverage from a credit standpoint. And which means that a lot of customers like that will pay at a particular date irrespective of where does that particular policy status stand, whether it is in a due date period or a grace period or a lapse period, whichever it is. But he as a consumer is very clear about when is he going to make the payment, and that pattern will be evident in the data, right? And if we are able to make use of that pattern, recognize that pattern, then the kind of experience what we are able to give it to the customer is very, very different, which means that there needs, instead of having a segment level interaction calendar, which is a very traditional way of using it, everybody does that is required. Or he will get an SMS or an email for any kind of reminder only when he want to get any kind of interaction, whatever channel it could be. And the company will have to recognize that particular fact, and only when he breaches that elasticity is also defined using the data. Then, if we are able to do that, the entire experience of a customer gets into a very, very different level. Our experience says that when we have deployed this solution to this insurance client, over a period of time, from a IRDA ranking of 13 to 15, they were, from a retention standpoint, they were at around 13th. They moved to top 3 in a span of around 3 years, which is substantial. We are talking about almost like millions of customers understanding that there is an organization which is looking at my experience, there is an organization which is looking at my data and giving me very customized option, takes the entire experience to a different level. And I strongly believe that data really can make a difference, provided it is used in the right manner.
So essentially, you don't get a ping unless you've reached those thresholds. 3 days before the payment or something like that, you don't do that, you don't get a message. You do that, and then this happens, right? So coming to you, Rajesh, now, your experience has been predominantly around customer experience, right? So how do you leverage data and the insights that you derive out of that when it comes to customers' experience down the line?
So thank you, Santosh, for that question. For us in customer service, every interaction is a data point for us, right? So when we talk about such kind of good data, right, this helps us to understand or probably have a deep knowledge about our customers, right? As one of our panelists, in their previous conversation, they mentioned, right? Today, customers don't want, things or the way they were treated in past, right? They want to be treated in a good way today, right? How can we do that? It's basically understand what their behavior is, right? So data helps us to understand what consumer behavior is all about, right? On the basis of that, you build a successful business model, which not only helps you, in terms of creating revenue. At the same time, this also helps in creating confidence in customers' mind, right? As Suresh rightly mentioned, right? Data is very important and crucial. And yes, it is, because this helps us to create a customer-centric organization, which helps us to understand the uniqueness of the customer, right? And that's the reason data is, in all fair means, very much valuable and important to us.
Yep. Very, very well said, right? Generally, the first question that comes up when we talk about data, right, is across mediums and channels. First, about how it is being gathered, and also how are you leveraging it and using it afterwards, right? I'm sorry. So we have Ajit here. Given your experience as an information security exec, right? So how do you see this entire thing playing out and the impact of it afterwards as well?
Thanks for this question and good evening, everyone. So that's a perennial challenge and a perennial problem. Possibly we will never be able to solve, right? But we can only try to come close to solving it. Sometime back, say many years back, the main problem used to be, do I have, enough data to do things? Because I didn't have enough means to collect data. Then, we tried solving problems like, okay, I have so much of data, but then the data is obsolete. Now what do I do with it? Because the customers I can't connect. Thereafter, as the regulations started coming in, especially the data privacy regulations, now the problem is, how do I collect data? Now, one of the key problems that we face with any data privacy regulation, data minimization and collection limitation, right? So it's so today we are at an age where I know what to collect, but then there is a law that is stopping me from collecting because I don't have a consent, because I'm not satisfying certain criterias, etc., right? So this is a never-ending hen and chicken problem. In the previous session, the panelists were talking about how do we get connected customers. Konnect Insight is a great product that handles social media. Now, how do I connect a customer on social media to my CRM when both those data points don't have a unique identifier, right? So unless I know what is my Twitter handle name, how do I know it is Ajit in CRM database, right? Now, how do I integrate that? So today I have a problem of plenty. With 5G coming in, this problem is only going to exaggerate. So we have so much of data, but today we don't know how to use it. We are also talking about edge computing. So where we want to kind of, target or, give customer experience at that, that fraction of a second rather than waiting for the next 24 hours before the data flows in through my, Finacle, et cetera, et cetera. And then I kind we integrate these using systems like CDP and CRM. CRM is slowly becoming a word which is second in line. CDP is taking over. So how do we use CDPs of the world using structured, unstructured data to kind of actually marry the data points, create a customer single view, right? I think that's more important. The previous speaker was talking about not sending a million communications, but just send 100, but then make it relevant because the customer has to respond, because there's a cost to it. We have the DLT regulations from TRAI, which is further imposing mandatory consent on service explicit promotional messages. So now SMS is going to become more and more tough to send. But then how do I now, where do I go, right? WhatsApp is also going to be tightening the screws very soon in terms of how do we send promotional messages. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing today, but then through intelligent ways of solutioning these systems, I think a lot of this can
trying to buy a XYZ product to say probably 2 or 3 days down the line, and all of a sudden you get a notification on your app stating, hey Santosh, you have a 20% off on this product, right? So this is what we are talking about, keeping customer first. So I think that's all what I want to say.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you. Shekhar, coming to your experience, what are such 1 or 2 data points that you would leverage to ensure the best experience is delivered?
In my opinion, one of the biggest metric which can actually drive the entire customer metrics related to that is actually connected to the effort which the customer is actually putting in. No, I'll take another example. We were working with a legacy bank, been in banking for almost like 100 years, more than 100 years rather. During their process of their banking, they have acquired a lot of banks, small and big and medium and all of that. So which means that from a technology standpoint, they have got so many different systems which are there, which can't be integrated just like that, because of the fact that they are into legacy systems. It's a Herculean effort for them to do that. And due to which, who's suffering? It is actually the consumer who's banking with that particular bank is what is suffering. The consumer calls up, say for example, their contact center. They wanted to raise an issue. It could be something related to a selling or credit or whatever could be the reason. And they wanted to raise a concern, but the person who's on the other side of it, the advisor, he needs to go through so many number of systems. Some, if I remember right, with that bank, what I'm referring to, they had to go through 17 systems to understand what is the customer, what has been the history of the customer in terms of the issue what he is raising, what has been his journey, all of that, and then try and give a response. So we are talking about an interaction which of almost like 30 minutes for a consumer to be there on the line to raise his issue, which is absolutely ridiculous, right? If you look at it from that standpoint, the effort what a consumer is putting in is so high. It is next to impossible that he will give a good CSAT rating or an NPS rating. He will not. So so some of the solutions what we deployed was in terms of a data, entire re-engineering, and bring the entire, build out a platform wherein all the systems are connected to each other, and give a view to the advisor in a click of a button. So from a 30-minute conversation, suddenly post that the solution got deployed, the conversation is ending at 4 or 5 minutes. So we are talking about the effort of a consumer. That is something which is a metric which needs to be looked at by every organization. What is the effort which a consumer is putting in? If that is managed well, your NPS will improve, your CSAT will improve, your customer retention will improve, your new sales will improve. Almost every metric which is related to their business will improve if people are paying attention to the consumer effort. So that is what I feel the point.
Essentially, have the customer spend as little time as possible and also drive as much value as possible. Right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Kalpana, coming back to you, what are those data points that you would leverage when you're looking at all of these responses, right?
The last point that you said, spending as less time. If I think from a marketing campaign perspective, probably I would want just an opposite of that. I would want my customers to spend as much time as they can on connecting with my content, trying to engage more and more, to spend more time on my website. So while everybody else has already spoken about the important parameters or the metrics, I think I'll speak from the perspective of the customer care part of the business and from the campaign perspective. So some of the important, and though they appear to be very small things, if a customer is coming to me, how quickly I've been able to respond to them. A very simple metrics, a turnaround time, or how quickly we are able to close. What is the rate of closure of the complaints or the issues, or even the
Answering your question, the only answer out here is you need to balance out. You can't have best of both, right? In the sense you can't error on the extreme ends, but you need to be somewhere in the middle. And there has to be ways and ways. I think the earlier speakers were referring to customer satisfaction, right? So now with more and more knowledge to customers about how their data shall be protected, that's coming into domain, people are becoming more vocal, and the use of social media is only increasing, right? So at the drop of an hat, you have somebody tweeting and saying this is what is happening. Delhi airport is a classic example, right? So so how do I balance that where I have the ability of collecting so much of data, but at the same time I don't cross that red line where I lose a customer forever and there's a permanent brand reputation. It's far cheaper to retain a customer than to get a new lead and nurture him from scratch. So I think these are some of the challenges that I face actually in my day-to-day.
Essentially, be careful of the data that you leverage and make sure you only pick up whatever is valuable and utilize it afterwards, right? So as part of this discussion, again, in fact, when we caught up for the mock runs before as well, one thing that's been in the back of my mind is all of us have access to so many tools, right? And so many data points. And we also come with 15, 20 years of experience overall. So ultimately, when it comes to the time of taking that decision, what would you base your decision upon? Would it be data completely, or gut feeling, or a mix of both of these? Kalpana, to go first.
Like as we were discussing earlier also, I think data is very important, no doubt, but it is as good as any other entity. If we are not using our own brains, we are not using the insights or the experience that we have that we call instinct or a gut feeling, we might not be able to get value out of it. So it could, if we are leaving everything to data, it's just going to be a really bad master for us. If we are using it well, then certainly it is going to serve the purpose it is supposed to. So gut and data, I would say 50-50.
A mix of both of them. Ajit?
The answer to this is what I'm doing, right? So supposing if I'm starting a new lending business or a vertical, right? And if I don't have enough data with me, I have to start somewhere. So possibly I use my experience to maybe guesstimate to a large extent and create models where I know which customer I can sell or or give this loan. Now that experience is also basis data, right? So it's not come just because I'm guesstimating. There is some precedence, some reference point that I'm making or using to actually guesstimate. So even if I'm guesstimating, it's again basis data. So my answer is data has to be 100%, but it's just that in that given situation, one may have an illusion that it's having a the data part is less and the guesstimate part is more. But end of the day, that guesstimate is again basis the data understanding of the past. So it has to be mainly data and data only.
It's the qualitative data data that you have gathered over the period.
So as you begin, use whatever is available, and as you progress, right, pick up all those pointers in between and become better, basically.
So as you begin, you start with whatever is available, and as you progress, again you continue with what is available, essentially, right?
Just add to that. Shekhar, your take on this?
I'll say that it's probably around 50-50. You know, when I'm into where I am now, I'll say that it is 50-50. Probably 10 years back, I'll say that it used to be 80-20. You know, wherein I will look at the data, but it is primarily the gut which was driving it initially.
80% of it.
Yeah, when I'm in the business side of it. So when I moved into the analytics side of it, when I started looking at the data, and there as well, the instinct play a role. But I will say that the instinct is effectively hypothesis. You create a hypothesis based on your domain experience, based on the understanding of the particular objective, so which is called as hypothesis, and that hypothesis is tested using the data what you have. Like what Ajit mentioned, if you don't have a data, you may go with a, it's more like a guesstimate. But wherever we are in a position to, make use of the instinct and the data together, which is called as hypothesis plus data, which is hypothesis testing, and then go with it, right? And in some of the industries, for example, healthcare, anything related to healthcare, pharmaceuticals and all of it, I don't think guesstimate really works there. There it has to be entirely data. You can't really fool around with coming out with a medicine based on guesses. It has to be based on pure data. But when it comes to some of the other industries, you still can, we can afford to have that guess play a role. But something like retail, probably some amount of that experiment is something which can be afforded, but not in some of those industries like healthcare and pharmaceuticals. Definitely not. But at a larger level, Santosh, I will say that 50-50 is my my vote on.
Back like down to 50-50 from an 80-20, yeah?
Absolutely.
So basically build a hypothesis, test it out, take all the information that is available, and make yourselves better, right? Rajesh, coming to you last, what is your take on the same?
So before I answer that, Santosh, I think it's going to be a tiebreaker, because I completely agree with Ajit, and so you have a two 50-50s and one and two's basically 100, right? So eventually we'll come to you for a tiebreaker on this. Having said that, when you talk about the question basically that you asked, right? Data is pretty much very important. I would say 100%. Yeah. I'll tell you the reason why, right? Today, a lot of people, they want to become a quick entrepreneur, right? So they know what they are doing. They know what experience they have, right? They have already invested that time in understanding what they want to do, right? All it needs is a good data. As Kalpana rightly mentioned, right? It needs to be qualitative data, right? The moment you have that kind of qualitative data, right? Here are the things that needs to follow, right? The data needs to be in context. It needs to be reliable and timely available, right? So when you meet this ticks, right? Chances of you going wrong are 0, right? And hence I said, data is 100% important from my aspect, and I'm sure Kalpana and Suresh are going to kill me for this, but yeah, I. Yeah, and just to yeah, I would definitely come to that part, but for me as of now, I would still go with Ajit with 100% data point.
So if I had to break the tie, right, coming from my own experience, having run sales teams and operations teams, right? So you start off with a basic hypothesis, like Shekhar rightly said, saying, if you're running a cold call outbound process, the conversion is about anywhere between 1 to 3%. You call 100 people, maybe 1 or 2 of them might end up buying, right? And you start with that hypothesis. As you start making calls, getting data in over a week, over a month, over a quarter, is where you say, you know what, this could be changed, this could be played around with and made better. So I think build a hypothesis, go with that, try it out, get a sense, and then take it forward, right? So again, coming back to 50-50, look at data, and then also, utilize your gut experience as well. So that brings us to a close of this conversation, but the panel is open. If you have questions, we can take it across the panel. If there's any questions from the audience, please. Okay, I think it's drinks and dinner then. If you guys have any parting thoughts, otherwise we can close.
I guess that's the observation that maybe everybody is looking forward to that part of the.
Very much. It's been a long day, so thank you very much, everybody, to be here. Thank you, my co-panelists as well. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final segment of Spot Prizes, I'll be asking you a couple of questions. And once you answer it, and if you answer it correctly, we'll be giving you Spot Prizes. My question is, what are the 4 pillars of unified CXM that Samir mentioned in his keynote? Anybody? The 4 pillars of unified CXM? Wow. Okay, moving forward. This is a fun question. Where is the next Football World Cup scheduled for women? Come on. The next World Cup that's been scheduled for women. Anyone? Any guesses? Wow. Wow. Okay. Moving forward. Can you name all the quarter-finalists of this year's Football World Cup? Can you? Yes? Okay. Okay, all right. Let's ask you. And go.
Argentina, France, Netherlands, Brazil, Croatia, Morocco, and Portugal, and Japan, Spain, England.
Yes, you're right. Oh my God, wow. Let's have a huge round of applause for him. How many hours of football do you watch?
Every week.
Every week, yeah. This is for you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. That's amazing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have moved to the final segment of awards. So we'll be starting with the final leg, that is the wonderful awards. Everybody, once again, I request everybody keep clapping while the awards are being given. Okay. All right, so moving on to a final set of awards, post which you can enjoy your drinks and quick bites. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to present these awards, may I request Mr. Mohit Garg, Senior Vice President, Sales, Konnect Insights, to please come on stage to do the honors. Let's have a huge round of applause for him, please. He's been running around a lot. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the award for the Best Customer Experience Management Automobile goes to Tata Motors Passenger Vehicles Limited, and the supporting agency is Watt Consult. The next award is for the Best Customer Experience Management Banking, and the award goes to DCB Bank. award is for the best customer experience management, consumer electronics. And let's give it up for Oppo India. And the supporting agency is Hawk Gozup Group. Award category is the best customer experience management consumer services, and the award goes to One Assist Consumer Solutions Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is the Best Customer Experience Management F&B. And the award goes to Domino's India, Jubilant Foodworks, and the supporting agency is Watt Consult. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is for the Best Customer Experience Management Financial Services. And the award goes to The next award is for the Best Customer Experience Management FinTech. And the award goes to Upstocks. The next award is for the Best Customer Experience Management FMCG. And the award is Mother Dairy Fruit and Vegetable Private Limited. Moving forward, our next award category is the Best Customer Experience Management Gaming. And the award goes to Games 24/7 Private Limited. And the supporting agency is Net Impact Solutions Private Limited. Next award category is the Best Customer Experience Management Hospitality. And the award goes to Mahindra Holidays and Resorts India Limited. And the supporting agency is Hawk Gozup Group. category is the best customer experience management insurance services. And the award goes to Bajaj Alliance Life Insurance. And the supporting agency is Webenza. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, our next award is for the best customer experience management retail appliances. And the award goes to Bajaj Electricals Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is for the best customer experience management retail electronics. And the award goes to Chroma Infinity Retail Limited, a Tata enterprise. Moving forward, our next award is for the best customer experience management retail sports. And the award goes to Decathlon Sports India Private Limited. Let's have a huge round of applause for them, please. On that note, we have moved to the final award for tonight, which is the best customer experience management for offline touchpoints retail apparel. So let's give a huge round of applause for West Side, and the supporting agency is Hansa Sequity. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for doing the honors. Thank you. Wow. That was absolutely phenomenal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for all the awardees right here in this room. Hearty, hearty congratulations to everyone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that you all are pumped up, I want to call on stage the young and dynamic Mr. Errol D'Souza, Solutions Engineer at Konnect Insights, to talk about leveraging automation for better customer experience.
And additionally, it's really good to meet everyone today. A lot of our interactions usually take place on online meetings, on calls, and it's quite regular. So meeting everyone today was really nice, and I look forward, even later to hang around with everybody. Now, talking about the topic for today, as you can see on the screen, which is leveraging automations for CXM. Now, automations as a term, there are various use cases, various ways you can use automations with Konnect Insights. And we'll look at the use cases. Again, a lot of you all may already know what these automations are. We have a lot of our customers who are currently using these automations on a day-to-day basis. These automations include sending out replies on emails or on comments, mentions, or even DMs. Additionally, automations also include various other factors, which are like, auto closing, resolve tickets, close tickets, automating a lot of processes. Again, what I'll say, not only sending out automated replies, but automating a lot of processes. Yeah. Uh, a quick overview of automation. So what can be used and how you can benefit with it. Firstly, it helps you reduce stat. When I talk about turnaround time, let's say, for example, you receive a conversation, you send out a first reply, acknowledge it ideally. So that could be one of the use case. Again, this is very different from a conversational AI, because what happens with the conversational AI is that you visit a website, and then it shoots you like 3 or 4 options. You select one of the options. It goes on and on. The bot keeps on giving you responses, and you engage with it on a real-time basis. There are a lot of conversations that go here and there. But on social media or on emails, it's very different. It's like, a customer writes to you, a query, and then you send out an automated reply. If the response is good for the customer, they may not write back, and your L1 support is handled right there. If they write back, it can then be assigned to an agent, and it goes forward, basically. Again, the main use cases are it saves time and resources. So you can save time, you can increase your productivity of your agents for much more important queries that could be social media escalations, emails. So your L1 support is handled right there. And you can provide round-the-clock service. So for brands who don't function 24/7, and again, when I move forward, there are some interesting use cases that I'll be speaking about. Yeah. So what platforms are covered when we talk about sending automated replies via the automations? So you have your social media channels like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, which are social media. You can also use it for emails and Play Store reviews, Google business profile reviews, even TikTok, WhatsApp, Trustpilot reviews, Telegram. So these are all of the platforms, or these are all the channels that are covered. Moving forward, we will look at the use cases of automations now. When I talk about use case, the first one, which is the first response acknowledgement. Typically, like, your customer writes to you on social media or emails, and the use case that I'll be referring to is a very interesting one, which one of our brand partners use for emails. So they receive 800 to 1,000 emails on a daily basis, and what they do is that they send out the first reply on that email, telling the customer that, thanks for writing to us, greetings for the day. We understand your query is of utmost importance, and we will get back to you soon. Now, when they send out this first reply, they define the time, maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes to send it out. And this just automatically helps your customer know that, okay, the brand is there, they've responded within this period of time, and they will help me with the query. It just creates a sense of, it makes it very welcoming for the customer, ideally. So this was first response acknowledgement, where the moment your customer writes, you can send out an automated reply and make your customer feel very welcoming and let them know that you're there for them as a brand and you will help them with their query. The second one is context-based automation, which is, again, very interesting because now you're training the system to carry out some kind of action. And for this, I have a very interesting use case in mind, which revolves around the healthcare industry. So let's say a healthcare industry typically receiving conversations like, what is the product of, what's the price of some of your treatments, or is this treatment available in this hospital of yours or no? So these could be some of the queries. But if they upload a post, let's say now the brand in the healthcare industry has uploaded a post stating that we have this full body checkup in this state, like let's say Mumbai. And then you have customers who are very eager to know what could be the price of it so that they can use that service. So they'll come in the comment box, they'll add, what's the price, price please, all of these. These are some of the options that the customers may come and write. Now, as a brand, you want to automate your process, you want to reply to this, but you don't want to use a lot of your resources. So you can set up an automation where you reply to the comment. Now, when I say, and again, this is very interesting, so brands usually do not like to give out price-related details on the comment itself. So what you can do here is that automated response giving the details of the price, you can send that in via DM, and then you don't want to leave that comment unanswered. So you also send out an automated reply to that saying that, dear customer, we've shared the details of the price via DM. So with one setup of your automation, you're handling two of use cases wherein you're giving the price to the customer via DM, which again solves their purpose. And you're additionally also handling the comment that is publicly viewable, where you have a lot of your customers and multiple people viewing the comment section. So this one's a context-based automation. The next one is auto replies during non-business hours or days. So primarily, there are two types of brands. Some brands function round the clock, 24 hours support, or customer care contact center available for 24 hours. However, there are certain brands that function for a set of time. Let's take, for example, 10 to 7 or 9 to 6. So in that case, when you don't have anyone working in your non-working hours, you definitely want to send out some kind of response to your customer, letting them know that, at the moment, there's no one available and we shall get back to you in the working hours. So at that point, your customer is aware and they're well informed that, okay, this brand's support is available during working hours. And you can let them know that when we are back, we shall help you with your query and, try to resolve this as soon as possible. Now, this can be also set for non-working days as well. So for your festivals or any national holidays, you can set up automations to ensure that even on national holidays, you're informing your customer. There are some exceptions also in this. If you want to exclude influencers, if you want to exclude negative comments, because you don't want to send out automated replies or a disclaimer to negative comments, so you can set up an exception as well under our automation setup. Moving forward is Google My Business ratings, and definitely one of my favorite use cases. The reason being that if you're a brand that has 300, 400 store locations across India, or even if you have a global presence outside India as well, so in that case, and like I mentioned, you have 300, 400 store locations. So on a daily basis, we have observed few of our partners who receive almost 3,000 to 4,000 GMB reviews. Now, what happens here is that you don't want to use your resources to respond to these because, if you're receiving 3,000 to 4,000 reviews or ratings on a daily basis, you'll have to at least involve 2 to 3 people responding to them. Now, what if I tell you you can directly automate that? Anyone who comes in and puts a rating, a 5-star rating, 1 star, 2 star, you can send out automated replies. Additionally, you can randomize it as well. Because what happens is, if you have 10 customers today giving you a 5-star rating, you do not want to send out the same response to every customer. So for that, we have the option to randomize it. You set 10 draft templates, maybe for 4 and 5-star. And every time you receive a 4-star or a 5-star review or rating, you send out different responses to all of your customers. So you're talking about 200, 300 stores, and you're receiving all of these ratings, and you're sending out different responses to everybody. This becomes very helpful because as a brand, you're saving your time of your agents. They have been used for much more critical email escalations or social media queries. So that's where it all comes into picture. The return on investment is quite high in this scenario. The next one is auto-close, follow-up, and resolve tickets. So like I mentioned earlier, with Konnect Insights, automations does not only refer to sending out automated replies or sending out automated responses to emails or to comments or DMs. It also refers to automating a lot of processes. Giving an example, today you received a case, you asked the customer for their details, you marked that ticket as follow-up, or similarly, you provided resolution and you marked that ticket as resolve. Usually what happens, right, either if the customer gets their resolution maybe from the email team or some chat team, they'll not want to come and engage back with you. They'll just ignore it because they're not going to come and usually tell you that, oh, no, I've got my resolution from somewhere else. In that case, they'll just ignore it. Your ticket will be in follow-up status, resolve status, maybe 1 day, 2 day, more than that. That eventually, at the end of the month, if you're looking at your close turnaround time, that's quite high then. So for that, what we can do is you can auto-close, follow-up, and resolve tickets. You can set the time duration, maybe 24 hours for follow-up cases, and maybe 48 hours for resolved cases. So you have the option to do that as well, again, based on what time you have defined. So this was another type of automation, which is, again, not sending out replies, but handling a lot of your processes. The next one is auto response during campaigns. This one is again an interesting use case. The reason being, if you have a campaign, maybe a giveaway campaign, you may put a post, you may ask customers to use a certain hashtag in the comment box. And sometimes, let's take for instance, if that campaign's gone really viral, you've received 4,000, 5,000, or even 10,000 comments. Now, when you receive so many comments, technically you'll have to involve some resources to respond back to that, because again, you want to create some kind of engagement. You at least want to say that, thank you for participating, and we will share an update with you with regards to the winners or the details. So that's when you can define that, okay, this is the hashtag. I want to, whenever the customer uses this hashtag in the comment box, you want to send out an automated response. So if you're receiving large volume of comments, you don't need to involve any resources. Again, those resources could be used for different type of queries that in turn increases your productivity. You've been working on different queries, different concerns, and your campaign posts are also handled, because when that hashtag has been used, automated replies are being sent automatically. And not only sending the automated replies, but also you can classify it. You can define that, okay, if this hashtag has been used by customers, classify it into social media campaigns. So later when you're analyzing the classifications, because classifications plays a very important role. As a brand, if you have like 10 products or 20 products, you at the end of the day want to analyze what people are talking about, what are the products or services are they actually talking, whether it's positive, negative, neutral. So with the help of our BI tools as well, which we have built in our system, you can create these reports if people are talking about a certain classification, what was the sentiment revolving around it. So these are a lot of factors that can be analyzed, and you can actually handle your campaigns with the help of the Konnect Insights automation. A quick visual representation of the automation setup. I won't spend a lot of time here. Actually, I've kind of worked on this previously, so I'll just be this side. Right. So this is how the setup looks like. There are 4 main factors that define automations. The first one, which is create, where you add the name of your automation. You select the social media type. In this case, I've selected Twitter. I selected a profile, just a profile that I had on my account. And I defined Twitter mentions, Twitter DMs, and just a description, automated response to inquiries revolving around product availability. The next rule is setting up the rules, basically. So let's take, for instance, I defined it that, okay, wherever someone uses the keyword red velvet cheesecake and availability. Now, the reason being, like, let's say if someone writes to me, I've uploaded a post, and if someone writes, is red velvet cheesecake available at your store? So I then want to send out automated response. But I've also ensured that if anyone uses the keyword assorted cupcakes or almond biscuity, I do not want to send the response. So only if the condition meets that's when I send the automated reply. That's the condition I have handled under this automation that I've created. This is just a continuation, so it's not only about the keywords that you've set. I've also defined that, okay, anyone with followers lesser than 1,000, only they should receive the automated reply. So that's something that I've handled right there as well. Even, you can also handle your workflow management. So anyone writing from a certain country or anyone writing in language, so language-based automation, that the ticket gets assigned. If someone's writing in a regional language, you may have 3 different agents working on different regional languages, like one in Hindi, one in Marathi, or another language. So that ticket should get assigned to them. That's the language that you can define. The next one is define time interval, whether you want to immediately send the response on that ticket, or whether you want to say that, okay, you don't want to make it look very automated, so you define response to be sent after 10 minutes or after 15 minutes. So that's the time interval that can be defined as well. Once this is done, the last one is, whether you want to send the reply on latest message or on private message. So you also have the option, if your customer writes a comment, you want to send the reply on private message because you don't want to send it on DM. On comment, you can set that up as well. And define time interval, whether business hours, non-business hours, because you can set all of this within our system. So that's, again, another additional feature. Define your responses, like your canned responses or your draft templates can be added. Once automated replies sent to your customer, change the ticket status to resolve. So I've also set that up. And set the classification as well. So, automate your classification as well by selecting, okay, if someone's used red velvet cheesecake, I will classify it into that bucket. And lastly, just a ticket status comment for my reference. I think it's quite below if you can view that. So this is how the whole automation setup works. Again, when you set up automations, we do help in setting it up and ensure that we do it perfectly. So that's an overview of automations. And not only replying to conversations, also automating processes, workflow management, all of this can be handled through this. So streamlining automations with Konnect Insights can definitely take your customer experience to the next level and ensure that you're acing customer experience. We also have a video on YouTube which has 20 use cases of automation. Definitely with the conflict of time, I could not take you through all of the 20, but yes, we do have 20 use cases of automations. We've done a webinar previously. You can definitely visit our YouTube channel and check that out. So this was an overview of automations. If you would like to book a demo as well with us to understand it in depth, you can definitely do that. Yeah. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great evening. It was wonderful.
Thank you so much, Errol, for such an invigorating presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the event, and at this moment, it's time for me to invite on stage Mr. Samir Narkar to present the vote of thanks. Let's have a huge round of applause for him, please.
Thank you everyone for coming today. It was a great event. You made it possible. And you know what, you always see a few faces. You see me there, you see our customer success team, you see the salespeople, but you don't see the people who work hard towards making this product better and better. So I thought this is an opportunity for you to also see our team. I will call a few people on stage who play a very important role in making Konnect Insights what it is today and all the future developments that we are going to do. So please meet our team. I'll call them on stage. First, we have very few developers who handle the product team who are here. You know how people work. Developers are always at the back, right? You'll not see them. You'll see faces like us who probably don't do anything. Okay, but I'll just call my product team. Please, Nitin, come here. Hitesh, Prashant. Four of us, are the founders, co-founders of this company. Very few people know Prashant, Hitesh or Nitin. But I'll tell you what, around 25 customers or so, we were just four of us. So, we have grown thereafter, and our team is now of product, sales, customer success, and marketing. All of them are there. I'll call the sales team, the business development guys. Mohit, Neha, come. They are the front runners for sales. Gunjan, Rizwan, Inderpal Singh, Eric, come on. They are our business development team. They are the ones who reach out to the customers, responsible for bringing money in the company. We have a marketing team headed by Meldon. Meldon Moraes, where are you? Come on. Urmi, Rufus, Karen, Dixon. And then our customer success team, we have Eril. Sanjana is not here, by the way. Most of you ask Konnect Insights and people will say Sanjana, but she is not here today. We have Eril, we have Reena, Tasya, Simran, Tapas. Please come on stage. Krushi, Nandini, Urmi, Simran, Purva. Come along. This is Team Konnect Insights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big cheers to the whole team and their hard work and dedication as well, ladies and gentlemen. The cocktails and dinners are served, so kindly enjoy yourself and have a great evening ahead. Thank you.